Hello, hello. Welcome in, Aloha Gator. Welcome in, Moose. Welcome in, you guys. Why is my mouse... Okay, my mouse is being weird. Hold on a sec. Borderless windowed. Okay, I guess I gotta freaking tab out every time. Doc, hello. Welcome in, welcome. Okay, there we go. Switch over. Ah, damn it. I forgot to... I forgot to set up the game capture. Hold on. Powerwash. Oh, and thank you for the three stream streak. Three stream streak. Three stream streak. Try saying that 5 times fast. Oh boy. I had I guess an epiphany. Lay, hello, welcome in. Farm. Oh, that's right, we were doing the farm. I don't know if I would call it an epiphany. It's more of a realization that, like, I actually have a lot of stuff to do. Like, I was, like, you know, kind of cruising through the past, couple weeks, kind of like, oh, well, you know, I can't do this until it gets closer to me, like, you know, leaving, right? Like, it's not like I have to wait until, like, the day gets closer for me to do this. And now that it's, like, literally, like, I don't know, like, what, less than 2 weeks before I leave, I gotta, like, lock the fuck in. Like, you know, ordering a vacation fill for my medications. I've been trying to do that, and I've been, like, going back and forth with my pharmacy and my insurance, and they're like, okay, you need to do this, like, the week before you leave. You have to do this, like, you can't do it too early. You have to do it within a specific time period. So I have to call them back on Monday to get all that set up before the, you know, Thanksgiving weekend and stuff. You know, I'm still, like, packing and going through my stuff. My suitcase is at 47 pounds now. I need, that's that's really creeping close to the limit, and I don't want to pay an $100, like, overweight baggage fee. I really don't want to. And I still have to add, like, stuff to there. I still have to put away my microphone and, you know, some other stuff. So I'm kind of like, oh God, I'm gonna have to, like, go through everything again and figure out, like, okay, what can I take out and what can I, like, basically just going through, like, okay, what do I want my parents to send to me? What do I want to put in storage? What do I want to come back for? Take your luggage to the gym with you so you can lose the weight. Oh, if only it was that easy. If only it was that easy. Oh, I gotta do that stupid thing too. Okay, hold on. So yeah, now it's, like, crunch time, and I'm feeling, like, a tad bit stressed out. With that being said, if you haven't already seen the title of the stream today, I have decided that this is going to be my last Twitch stream until I leave. Because, you know, I was originally planning, like, oh, I'll just keep streaming, like, right until, like, you know, maybe the week of. But now when looking at things realistically and thinking about, like, how much stuff I have to do, I just, like, I don't have time. Like, I need to lock the fuck in. I need to lock the fuck in. Can I bring a second suitcase? I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. I'm going with my jumbo suitcase, my check suitcase, and my regular sized carry-on, and my, you know, backpack. I don't want to do 2 suitcases. I've done it before, and I really don't want to do it again. Because, like, 2 suitcases is fine if you have, like, someone else with you, but getting around with 2 suitcases by yourself is really difficult. So, you know, just for peace of mind, because I bought my Shinkansen tickets. I bought my tickets for the train, and I bought the I bought the section with like the extra storage for your suitcase. And I'm pretty sure the section with extra storage, like you can only put one suitcase in there, if that makes sense. Ah! Oh my god, how did that happen? Like one suitcase. Think of carrying the luggage as a workout? No. No, like no. Working out is at the gym. Working out is not like in the real world. It's I don't know how to explain it. Like it's different. I don't like being sweaty outside of the gym. I just I cannot I can't do it. It just feels so awful to me. I feel like I'm disgusting and unsightly, like in gross and nasty if I'm sweating like in public. You know, at the gym, whatever, but like in public, just like I just feel I feel disgusting. I feel like I'm the most disgusting person on the planet, right? Like everyone hates me because of how disgusting and sweaty I am, and they're all thinking I smell terrible, and I just I don't know how to describe it. It's an uncomfortable feeling, especially if you're wearing a coat. Yeah. Melly, hello, welcome in, welcome. So I've like, you know, taken some stuff out. I was gonna take some of my, you know, my stuffed animals with me, like my seal plushies, but they take up so much space, and I just decided like, okay, you know what? I'll just have my parents send them to me because I'm gonna be buying stuff while I'm there, right? I'm gonna be buying stuff, and I have important things that I need to take. So it's a little bit of a pickle, you know. I'm in a little bit of a pickle right now because it's like, okay, but I need these, but do I need them right away? Because like, you know, it's going to be like almost a month, like less than a month before I can move into my apartment, right? And when I move into my apartment, I will have an address. In that address, I can, you know, give to my parents and have them start sending me things, right? But it's like I was gonna take. Oh, you know, I'm gonna take like I'm gonna take one of my bowls, and I'm gonna take like a mug, so I don't have to like scramble to get one when I'm there. And I was just like looking at it in my bag, and I was like, I don't need to take this. I don't need to take this. Emmy, hi, welcome. I'm not leaving forever. No. Seal plushie has an insulator to protect the PC components inside. I have to put away my my cooling pad for my laptop. I want to put that in my checked luggage, but I don't know if like I'm gonna have to make more room for it. I'm gonna have to take something out. Because the way things are right now is like, remember to get a USB hub, unlike that other streamer. I have my USB hub. I'm gonna bring that with me. I gotta bring like my freaking computer stuff and whatever. I'm like taking stuff out of my bag. Like I remember I was talking, I think last week, about like, oh, like which controller should I bring? Should I bring my PS4 controller, my Logitech controller? And, you know, I was like looking at it in my bag, and I was like, I don't need to bring this right now. I don't need this. I don't need to have this take up space in my suitcase. Like, it's not that important. It's not that important. Like, I will just wait until I get it to play any game that requires a controller, right? Like, I can survive a little while without it. And I was like, oh, I have to pack up my Switch too. So I put my Switch in there. And like, cause like, I don't know, when I'm like thinking about stuff that I want to send, my DDR pad, I already told you guys, I'm not taking that. I'm gonna be living in a fucking apartment. I can't be stomping around. That's not gonna be possible for me to do that. So I'm leaving that stuff here. And it's just it's so frustrating because it's like I have this stuff I want to take, but I just like I need it's not that important. It is not as important as like having like all the documents that I need. I have to, I have this binder full of like important documents that I'm taking. And like I was like, ah shit, this thing is actually pretty big. I need to make sure I have room for it. I didn't like originally like my original hope was that I would have enough room in my suitcase to like put stuff that I get there, but I don't think that's gonna happen. D1, hello, you're gonna get a bike there? I don't know what the bike situation is gonna be like. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't like been to the area, or I've seen it on Google Maps obviously, but like I don't know what the situation is with that. I can't like, I need to wait until I get there. I don't know. Buy a bigger suitcase. If I bought a bigger suitcase, I would have to pay $100 for it. So no. I'm trying to avoid paying more money. I'm trying to avoid paying a fucking $100. The bike situation is crazy. Unless someone would like to give me $100 so that I don't have to worry about like, an overweight suitcase. I'm kidding. What, you guys don't have $100? No, I'm just kidding. She's also trying to avoid to ask her Discord for $500. Oh yeah, that's right. A poll in the Discord. I want to do one more movie night before I go. So it's in the announcements channel. You just like react to it on what day you want to do the movie night on. So far, I've had a lot of people say Friday, which I am actually surprised about. I was like, because it's like Thanksgiving weekend. I was surprised that so many people were going to be around on Friday. So if everyone wants to do it on Friday, I'll do it on Friday. Will she finally watch Drive? That's the plan. We're gonna watch Drive 2011 with Ryan Gosling. My first Drive. Black Friday, families leave by then? Oh, okay. You don't celebrate Thanksgiving here? Lucky. Thanks for watching my film. Yeah. So, oh yeah, that's right. I think I might be getting that vlogging camera that I told you guys about, so I could do like videos and stuff. Because it's on sale right now on Amazon. And I asked my mom, like, hello, I'm not going to be here for Christmas. Will you please buy me an early Christmas present? And she's like, yeah, okay, just send me the link. So I will hopefully be getting that by next week. I don't know. Hopefully. Oh, and then I have to buy the IEMs I was looking at, because those are also on sale. I'm kind of like holding out, like, hope that some of the other stuff on my Amazon wish list will go on sale. Because I got a whole bunch of other stuff that I, like, want/need. And I'm, like, waiting, like, okay, maybe I should just wait a couple more days to see if it'll, like, go on sale. Because I don't want to have to, like, make multiple Amazon orders, right? No, that was literally me, Aloha Gator. That was literally me. I was like, well, I'm not gonna be here for Christmas, so will you please buy me an early Christmas present for my birthday? Finally, you can start up a Salaryman Eats channel so you can review restaurants. That's Alex on Christmas. No, that's me on my birthday. That's not me on Christmas. That's me on my birthday, because my birthday is like after Christmas. So I have to like remind people, I guess, like, hey, by the way, it's my birthday. Hello. Because you won't visit, you'll be in Japan. Yeah, exactly. What are you going to Japan for? A job. I have a job, so I am moving. Hey, slapheads, it's me, Alex. We're here today to review Family Mart's new Stranger. No, don't put that evil out into the world, Aloha Gator. Don't put that fucking evil out into the world. I just, I woke up this morning and I saw that stupid fucking Stranger Things Fortnite, and you know, that just really ruined my day. Like, it never freaking ends. It's never gonna end. It's never gonna end. Like, the thing about Stranger Things is that, like, it really didn't need to go past, like, the first season. And I was watching a video of someone, like, talking about the series, and apparently Stranger Things was originally meant to be, like, an anthology series. But, you know, season 1 did so well that they kind of just decided to just, like, keep it going for as long as they could. Yeah. Remember when Stranger Things was in Dead by Daylight and they lost the rights? I don't remember that. 80s nostalgia will continue until morale improves. Like, I don't think that's strange. Like, you know, I like to hate on Stranger Things. I don't think it's inherently bad. I just think it really didn't need to go past, like, one season. I really didn't think it had to go past, like, one season. Maybe 2 if I'm feeling generous. I just really didn't think we needed more of it, you know? Like, it was fine the way it was. Like, okay, like, just have it be, like, a complete little story, but nothing can ever be just, like, a short series. It always has to be, like, oh, this was originally meant to be a short series, but it did so well, we have to, like, milk it for everything that it's worth to maximize profits. And it's just, like, in the process, it just, like, ruins it, you know? Like, it just kind of dilutes the... not the message, but just, like, the quality of it. Saw the first episode, thought this ain't too bad, never watched any more of it. Yeah. How many are they on now? Season 5, the final season. That is apparently going to be, like, 12 hours long, and also, like, released in movie theaters and on Netflix at the same time, and go to Target to get your Stranger Things merch with your Stranger Things cereal. I saw that in Target the other day, the Demogorgon Crunch cereal, and I was like, yup, that's the Stranger Things cereal. But what was funny is that it was like, there's this, like, little section at my Target that's, like, in the back, kind of towards where the, like, the refrigerated food section is. There's, like, this little end cap on in the very back of the store. And in that end cap, they put all these, like, weird fucking collaboration items that no one wants. Like the Demogorgon cereal, the Wicked candy, or, like, you know, that kind of shit, right? I saw Stranger Things shit at Walmart today. Oh, God. Yeah, Squid Game too. Lawson's new Squid Game burger. I would rather have the Squid Game burger than the Stranger Things burger, to be perfectly honest with you. Wasn't that the joke that Netflix never did season 2? It's like Netflix will come out with a really good show, and then they'll just, like, cancel it. But I'm starting to think that that's maybe a blessing in disguise, because if it's either between cancellation of a good show or, like, slopifying a good show until it becomes bad, then perhaps cancellation is the better option, the lesser of the two evils, you know? Like, you know, it's so sad that this really good, cool show never got another season, but, you know, maybe it's for the best. Maybe it's for the best. There was a cardboard display, so you kicked it over. Like, there's another series that I've been waiting for this season 2 on. It was like some Korean zombie show. I don't remember what it was called. I don't know if that's like a Netflix thing or like another thing, because I heard that a lot of like Korean dramas or TV shows like rarely get second seasons. But I remember like hoping for a new season, and that was like 5 years ago, so. I'll own up to the fact that I'm just an asshole. You know what? At least you can own up to it. I respect. Whee! I gotta clean all the poop off of this here roof. I am tired of all the corporatism, soulless collabs. Yeah. You know, it's... A lot of people have mixed feelings about the proliferation of, like, SpongeBob collabs ever since, like, Steven Hillenburg died. Because he was very much, like, very controlling of the IP in a sense that he didn't want the show to be kind of like... No, I remember his specific thing is that he didn't want to, like, do any kind of business with, like, fast food specifically because he's like, you know, like, I don't want children to be eating that stuff. And then they did the fucking Wendy's and Burger King. Oh, but that's right, Wendy's and Burger King. Burger King is also having a SpongeBob collab. Spoiler alert, next month. Wasn't he against continuing the IP after his death, or he didn't want spin-offs? So, you know, on one hand, I, you know, think it's not great that like, you know, his final wishes were disrespected. And now they've kind of like really loosened the restrictions of like who can use the IP. But I don't really think that's all for the worst. I just like, you know, I was browsing Instagram earlier, and there's an aquarium in Seoul, South Korea, that's doing a collaboration with SpongeBob, and they have it all decorated like Bikini Bottom. They have like a Squidward mascot guy, a SpongeBob mascot guy in the costumes. And like, I thought that's so fun. That's so delightful. Bringing SpongeBob to everyone everywhere in the world. That's lovely. That's delightful. You know, I can't like... I'm not opposed to that, right? I'm not opposed to that. And there's been so much more, like, SpongeBob merch and, like, toys that have been released in the years since that happened. Which I know he was also kind of against. He didn't want SpongeBob to be, like, corporate greed, capitalism, soulless, you know, plastic bullshit, you know, or merch or whatever. But, like, plastic bullshit makes people happy. I love plastic bullshit. Plastic bullshit brings me joy. You know? Like, there's, like... I love plastic bullshit. You know? And I'm, like, grateful that he created these characters that, you know, I love so dearly and have influenced who I am as a person and my sense of humor and what I like. But, like, dude, let me have my plastic bullshit. Let me have my plastic bullshit, please. Just let me have it. Just let me have it. Alex Microplastics Azarashi. It's true. That's my middle name. Waiter, more microplastics in my balls, please. He's a marine biologist, so I can understand where he's coming from. My uncle was the same way. Yeah. And it's like, you know, I get it considering his backgrounds and stuff. But, like, SpongeBob Labubu make me happy. My SpongeBob fish Labubu, it brings me such joy. I get so many compliments on it whenever I, like, you know, wear it out on my bag or something. People are like, oh my god, is that like the SpongeBob fish? And I'm like, oh, you mean my SpongeBob fish Labubu? Yes, it is. The Godzilla Evangelion collab where Aoshima made a model kit of Mechagodzilla 3? Oh, wow. That's crazy. So, yeah, you know... And, like, I think there's a new SpongeBob game coming out, too. I think I saw it, like, last night, and I added it to my Steam wish list. It seemed to be, like, similar gameplay to Battle for Bikini Bottom, which, you know, that sounds good to me. I very much enjoyed Battle for Bikini Bottom. I freaking love that game. My neurons are now insulated in vinyl plastic for extra activation. It's on Steam and GOG. Oh, okay. Battle for Bikini Top, of course. I do have to say, I personally am really not a fan of the 3D animated SpongeBob movies, I just like, I will be honest with you, it just doesn't like, it lacks the charm. It really lacks the charm of the original. You know, it's funny, I saw a post yesterday or last night or whatever of someone pointing out that like in the original SpongeBob SquarePants movie, the SpongeBob and Patrick were like off model, like literally the entire time. Like they were just drawn like not on model for most of the movie. But it was kind of delightful in a way, you know, just kind of like weird. It lacks the unhingedness. Yeah. Oh god, and then fuck, I have to pay for the wait. Was that for hold on, I need to check my Ami account really fast cuz was that they sent me a notification that one of my orders was ready for to be paid. And I think it was the one with the Gundam, the G-Quacks plushies. Or did that Okay, wait. Holiday season, delivery may take longer than usual, that's fine. Express delivery is recommended. Okay, I don't really need it by Christmas. I'm gonna mainland US shipping resumes. Okay, hold on. Uh Both methods below require no payment at delivery. The shipping price includes additional handling for import processing. Okay, okay. Airmail, no payment at delivery. Surface mail premium, no payment at delivery. Slower transit. Japan Post and DHL service to the US remain suspended. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, let me just log in really fast and check that. Because I know they said I have to pay by next week. No orders available. What do you mean no orders awaiting payment? You literally, okay. Order history, awaiting payment. Okay, and then this one, not in stock. The General Grievous figure is still not in stock. It's supposed to be released, huh. It says scheduled release November. I thought it was going to be released in December. Okay. I do gotta pay for these though. Because I'm having my friend, like, get them for me. But I'm also a little embarrassed because I ordered a, like the little plush mascot keychains of Char and Shali Abul from G-Quacks. And I'm a little embarrassed that she's gonna see them. Like, I was originally just gonna buy the Char one, but then I saw the Shalia Bull one, and I'm like, I must not separate them. I can't separate them. Like, they have to be together. Like, they have to be together. The SpongeBob movie video game for PS2? There was a SpongeBob movie video game for the PS2? I didn't know that. The Fujo mindset? No, like, I don't even, like... Okay, you guys know I'm not a Fujo. I'm a Yume Joshi. I'm a Yume Joshi. I'm a Yume Joshi. You know this. I don't fuck with the yaoi. I only want the anime boys to kiss me. I'm not a Fujoshi. Okay? But, like, Shalia Bull and Char, like... They do not separate them. I don't want to separate them. I don't want to. They released a collab with udon. What was the brand of udon? Was it Myojo? I don't remember. But they're basically one of the udon, the Kitsune udon is the Char one, and the other one, the green one, I don't remember what that flavor is. Damn it! Is the one with Shalia Bull on it. Sorry. And if you put the bowls next to each other, they like have a design that connects. Like the design is fully revealed when you put the bowls next to each other. And I saw someone I okay, let me get some water. I saw someone post like on Twitter, like they had the two bowls next to each other, and then they had another bowl like next to it with a acrylic standee of like Xavier there. And it just made me laugh because it's like, you know, we have the Char and Shalia bowl udon bowls that like have the connecting design, and then it's like, oh, and Xavier is here too. And Xavier is also there. It is funny to me how like a lot of people went into G-Quacks thinking it was going to be like a Yuri series, like kind of like G-Witch, right? And then like there has been no merch or like any kind of artwork that really implies like romance between Nyan and Machu, right? All of the merch and the art has been of Char and Shalia Bull like together, or like, you know, in some kind of interaction, right? All of it. And Machu and Nyan just like get left on the sidelines. What's like, oh, okay, another thing with both Char and Shalia Bull. It must be a day that ends in Y. Ooh, hello, welcome in, welcome, welcome. And it's like kind of funny to me because like people were like, oh my god, like I don't follow like the anime Twitter discourse. One of my friends like likes to, well, she doesn't like to. She has a habit of like getting into internet fights with like, you know, people about anime, right? And it's just like funny because clearly like the narrative that they're trying to push is like, yeah, but like Char and Shalia Bull, like they kind of got like, you know, they have more, what's the word? More chemistry than like anyone else. Actually, no, that's true. Char and Shalia Bull have more chemistry than any of the other characters. They have more chemistry than the love triangle between like Nyan and Machu and Shuji. More chemistry than like Nope. What do you mean Nope? What do you mean Nope? You know I'm right. Oh, you're okay. You were replying to ZC. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Suzabi. I thought you were disagreeing with me. my bad. Yeah, no. Anyway, like it's very clear that, you know, they're trying to like push this like Char and Shalia Bull like partnership. Alex attacks viewer, egotistical streamer. This is my chat. You're supposed to be talking to me. But it's just like funny to me. I'll disagree on that. I think G-Quacks is not great as someone who primarily likes UC. Okay, that's fair. But okay. I will pose a question to you, Suzabi. You don't like G-Quacks as someone who likes UC. But how do you like G-Quacks as someone who likes Char? I'm going to assume that you like Char because your name is fucking Suzabi. If you tell me you don't like Char, I'm banning you. No, I'm just kidding. It's another alternate UC timeline. Yeah. And? I'm just honestly, that's the only reason why I like it is because Char is there. If Char wasn't in G-Quacks, I honestly would probably not care as much. I will be perfectly honest with you. They always do this alt timeline stuff instead of just committing to the main timeline. Oh, okay. So are you saying that like in comparison to the other timelines, like um Gundam the Origin was an alt timeline? Wait, really? Are you talking about like I know there was like a theory that like Char like Gundam the Origin was basically just Char like making up his origin story. It's an alt of the original 0079? Citrus, hello, welcome in. I mean, obviously I know G-Quacks is separate from Origin, but like my brain hurts. Yeah, I understand why you don't like the alternate timelines now. It makes my brain hurt to just think about it. It's I'm among Gundam fans breaks out no pet. Can someone is there like a flow chart? Is there like a flow chart of the UC timelines? I think I desperately need one. A UC timeline flow chart. In the original timeline, the first MS was the Crab Man. In Origin, it's the mobile worker. Oh. But wait. Wait, why? I just want to know, why are you saying that it's a timeline and not a retcon? Was that like specifically said that it was a timeline, or was it like supposed to be a retcon? Extra Fuzzy, welcome in. I'm very confused. I'm very ugh. The Crab Man is mainline. Okay. I don't even remember what the Crab Man looks like. That was in 0079, right? It's very close to Zaku shape. Oh. Wait, so originally appearing in the manga. Okay. Okay. Trying to understand this is making my brain hurt. Gundam timeline too complicated. Make Grug brain hurt. All I know is that Hideaki Anno is involved, and I just want him to retire. I mean, I will admit that I am extremely biased, in that my bias influences my opinion on G-Quacks, in that my bias also inflates my opinion of it. So I can't really say whether my opinion is like... Actually, how do I say this? Like... My opinion is based on my own personal bias as opposed to like objectiveness. If that makes sense. G-Quacks, the first show, Thunderbolt, Origin plus Doan's Island are all separate timelines to each other. Doan's Island is also a separate timeline? I didn't know that. I still need to see... I still need to see Doan's Island. I had the opportunity to see it when it first came out, but like I ended up not seeing it. The movie is part of the origin timeline. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Ah, okay. Gundam string theory up in here. Actually, though. Yeah, that's what I remember hearing about that. It was originally a 79 episode that didn't reach America. I thought it was an episode that got like I thought the theory or whatever about Doan's Island is that there was an episode, but it was like so bad that they pulled it from like they showed it and it was really bad, so then they stopped like they removed it and it was like lost media or something. Is that accurate? It's super goofy animation. Okay, so it was like an animation thing. I'm gonna treat the Gundam timeline like schisms in Christianity from now on. Honestly, I think that's probably the best way to think of it. I genuinely think that is like the most accurate way of thinking about the Gundam timelines is like sects of Christianity. Because someone who's really, really into Gundam Seed is like I feel like very different in terms of like tastes than someone who's really into Universal Century. You know? Or like Gundam Wing or like uh Turn A. It was an unfinished mess that never made it out of the theaters. Oh, you mean JoJo Phantom Blood movie? There was a Phantom Blood movie? I didn't know that. Excommunicate the heretical non-UC purists. Exactly, exactly. The Doan Zaku in the movie is actually based on the goofy Zaku from the original episode. Oh, okay, okay. I gotta get out of this thing. I gotta freaking move this. Arky hated it. Wait, when did it come out? The JoJo Phantom Blood movie. Wait, is that? No, I'm thinking of the Stardust Crusaders OVA. That's different. The movie made the Doan one a specific new unit. Oh, okay, okay. Also, it was Char's birthday a few days ago. Happy birthday, Char. It came out around 2007. It was made by the same people who did the Stardust Crusaders OVA? Really? But the Stardust Crusaders OVA was like actually good. I like the Stardust Crusaders OVA. JoJo Phantom Blood movie. 2007. Studio APPP. 2007. Char's only like 19 and 79, 19 or 20. Okay, and for clarification, we've less. Oh, this like. Wow, I've never seen this before. I've never heard anyone talk about this. I guess that's why. Yeah, never heard anyone talk about this before, ever. Also, I'm gonna be real. My favorite JoJo arcs are let's see. Stardust Crusaders was part 2, right? Yeah, because it goes Phantom Blood, Stardust Crusaders, um Was it? It wasn't. No. What was part 3 battle tendency? Wait, battle tendency. Okay, no, it was battle tendency. Part 2 is battle tendency, or is battle tendency part 3? I don't remember. I haven't like watched or read JoJo in so long. I like Stardust Crusaders. I know some people don't like Stardust Crusaders. I love Stardust Crusaders. Yeah, 1 is Phantom Blood. 3 is Stardust. Okay, yeah, I like Stardust Crusaders. I know part 2 I think was fine. It was fine. A lot of people think part 2 is really bad. I think part 2 is fine. Part 4 I thought was okay. I was never particularly attached to like Giorno or Josuke. Like I thought, like, you know, it was fine. You know, like it's fine. It's fine. Part 3 was popular at the time because they have introduction. Yeah, the stands. I forgot that they didn't introduce stands until like part 3. Like everyone just like knows JoJo because of the stands now. And like all these like new gen JoJo fans, they don't know about like the Hamon. They don't know about the breathing and shit. All they know is like stands and shit, I don't fucking know. Or was the one that stuck with the fans Araki himself? Yeah, part 3 and part Stone Ocean and Stardust Crusaders I think are my favorites. I still have my oh my god, I'm actually like I have one of the hold on. I have the Jolene. Shit. Sorry, crap, I moved the mic. I have the Jolene super action statue from what company made this again? Medicos, from Medicos. When may I see you live? Early next month. December, sometime the first week of December. Because I'm moving to Japan and I just don't have time to stream because I'm packing and shit. So early December is when I will next be live on Twitch. Yeah, the one I have is blue and green. I have the blue and green one too. But I'm really sad because she has these like caps on her elbows, like to cover the elbow joints. So like when you pose her, it looks like, you know, she has like the elbows as opposed to the exposed ball joint. And I broke. I don't remember if I broke one of them or I lost one of them. I don't know, but it's gone, and I still feel very sad about that. I still feel sad about that. I'll have to take a break. The timeline stuff is giving me a headache. The timeline stuff is giving you a headache. Imagine how I feel. Take care, Sazabi. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I'm sad that the elbow joint is like something happened to it. But, you know, it's Jolene. I know this got a re-release, I think maybe a couple months ago. Because I think I bought this in like, oh god, when did I buy this? Maybe like 2015. I had saved up like some like birthday money to get it. Like 2015, 2014, I think is when I got this. Yeah, I don't remember. It could have been 2016, yeah. But it's okay. It's okay. The only reason why I'm upset about like the joint missing is because then if I ever like decide to sell her, I'm not going to be able to get like as much money. Which I know kind of sounds like stupid, Like, people like to, like, oh, you're buying that just to sell it. I'm not buying, I don't, okay. I usually don't buy things just to sell. I buy things like knowing that I may make the choice to sell it at some point, right? I may one day decide that I want to sell it, right? I might decide to do that one day. And so because of that, I try to keep my things in the best condition that I can. And also just because, like, I think it's important to keep your belongings in, like, I just think it's important to take care of your stuff too, just like in general, right? Just like, if you're paying money for something, like, keep it in good shape too. I also keep the boxes. Because Japanese packaging is next level. Yeah. I mean, when I was younger and I was like buying like figures, I would always throw away the boxes, which, I do regret because the excuse me. The first Funko that I ever bought was the original Thor Funko Pop. The original Thor one that came out for like the movie or whatever. And what's really funny is I got that one like, I think I got it like in line at like a grocery store or something. Like it was just like in one of those, like, how it's like they have that thing near the checkout where it's like, hey, here's a bunch of stuff that like we're trying to get rid of. Like we got this, we don't know really what to do with it, so we're just gonna put it here. And it was just like there. And I was like, oh, like I'll get this because I like Thor. And then like I threw out the box. And then, eventually, like I learned that that one was actually kind of rare because they stopped producing it. So people like boxed figures were going for like, like up to $90, right? But I threw away the box. I was able to sell it though. I think I got like maybe $30 for it, which, not a lot, but it's way more than I paid for it. You're a real one for liking MCU movie 1 Thor. I mean, it's Chris Hemsworth. It's Chris Hemsworth. And I'm hoping that the house Funko Pop will get here by next Tuesday. Speaking of like Marvel movies, the gamer from Mars made like a 4-hour video on like a retrospective on like the Marvel MCU movie series. I got through about like half of it last night. But there are like so many movies that I didn't even like know about. House isn't coming. Lupus. Like there are so many movies that I genuinely like did not know about. Like my experience with like the Marvel MCU is like, okay, Thor, Iron Man, Captain America, Avengers, Avengers Age of Ultron. And then I think that's when I stopped caring. That's when I stopped caring. I'm so busy. Anyway, I'm gonna watch a 4 hours of Gamer from Mars. This was like at 10 o'clock. I was in my Betty Bye. I was in my Betty Bye all cozy, getting ready to go to sleep. And I thought, okay, why not put on like a long ass video essay to, relax, help me get relaxed, right? No Ant-Man, or Spider-Man. I mean, like, I knew Tommy Maguire's Spider-Man. I don't know about, like, what's his name Spider-Man. Hyros made by Fabisco. They're okay. Welcome in, Sawolo. Just wait till you see the Disney Plus shows. I got a discount earlier. Like, there's like, it's like, Mercari does this, and I ordered some movie tickets earlier, so I also got it. It was basically just like, oh, hey, like, would you like 3 months of Disney Plus Hulu for $5.99? And I was like, that's actually not a terrible like deal. And then I went to the web page and it was like, would you like to like log in or create a Disney Plus account? And I was there and I was kind of like, I don't want to. I don't want to create a Disney Plus account. I don't want to do that. So no Hulu for me. They got me with that. I forgot to oh no, you forgot to cut it. I always put a reminder on my calendar like a few days before it ends, like cancel the subscription. Put it on a calendar, put in a notifications for it, like so I don't forget. Cause I am not getting charged full price for a subscription that I am probably not gonna use. Oh, and then I also got one like 30 days free of like Apple TV Plus, but I didn't take it, and I kind of regret not taking it because I did want to see like that new show, Pluribus, whatever the hell that is. But like I don't really care enough. So Disney Plus brings such great classics like the sequel to Willow that was taken off after a few months. Willow? What the hell is Willow? The hell is Willow? Okay, Disney Plus. Catalog? 1980s classic. Oh. What do they have? The Jonas Brothers Christmas movie. Wow. Hannah Montana. Disney's Wish? What the hell is that? Raya the Last Dragon? Why does that sound familiar? Raya the Last Dragon. Was that the movie that, like, what's her name was having, like, a shit fit over? Like, Lindsay Ellis or something? Didn't she have, like, a shit fit over this movie and people started, like, harassing her over it and she, like, left the internet? The Jungle Book? Live action movies. There was a live action Cinderella? When did that come out? 2015. I don't remember this. Oh my god, I completely forgot there was a Lilo and Stitch TV series. I completely forgot about that. The nostalgia chick. Yeah, her. I love how, like, Snow White did so badly that Disney was like, yeah, we're not gonna make live action movies anymore. Like, Snow White did so bad that Disney was like, yeah, we're not gonna do this anymore. It took you that long to figure it out that people don't like it? It did a crossover with Recess? That's crazy. Sea Lions of the Galapagos. Oh, seals on Disney Plus. I don't care. Is there a way to, like, sort through these? How do you sort through these? Live action movies, Pete's Dragon, Cinderella, holiday movies, they got Home Alone. It took people that long to stop paying to see it. Nightmare Before Christmas. Okay, I'm gonna say something that's probably gonna piss some people off. I don't think The Nightmare Before Christmas was that good of a movie. And I genuinely don't understand why people are so obsessed with that movie. I have a couple friends and they're both like obsessed with A Nightmare Before Christmas. Like every time like I'm talking about like, oh, oh man, they released the new Jack Skellington hoodie at Hot Topic. I have to buy it, like that, right? And I'm just like, I don't really understand like what the appeal of the movie is. I don't get it. I've watched it multiple times as a kid, and every single time I was just like, I don't get it. I mean, to be honest, I've always felt like that about Tim Burton movies in general. Like I'd see them and I'd just kind of be like, all right, well, that was a movie, and just kind of like forget about it. The only Tim Burton movie that I enjoyed was the fucking Willy Wonka movie and also the Alice in Wonderland movie. I know people like to shit on the Alice in Wonderland movie, but I like that movie. I thought it was interesting. And also, like, the Willy Wonka movie, that was, like, weird and interesting, right? But, like, his animation just doesn't really, like, do anything for me, I suppose. Um, Disney Descendants. The hell is that? Frozen. Vintage Disney. Oh, they got freaking Steamboat. They've got the skeleton dance animation. Yo, that's a classic. That's a classic. She found out about Descendants. What is Descendants? A gaggle of goths just took psychic damage from that. So the Tim Burton movies, no one yeah, like I like the Tim Burton movies that everyone hates. I don't know what that says about me. I like the ones that everyone hates. I remember I watched like I don't remember who it was. It was like another director that was kind of like roasting Tim Burton. And his whole thing is that like he's like talking about Tim Burton. He's like, you grew up in a wealthy neighborhood in fucking like what was it, like Calabasas or something, or like Burbank, or some like suburb in Los Angeles. Oh, thank you for the posture check, Azlaria. Like you grew up like very very privileged in a good area, but you have like this like kind of like, oh whoa, pity me, look at me, I'm so weird, I'm so unique, I'm like a like, oh, what's the term, like, oh, I'm so depressed and in dark, my twisted mind, no one understands what it's like to be me, a goth in like a wealthy suburban white suburban neighborhood, which, like, you know, emo culture, yeah. Like, I'm not saying like, like I know what it's like to be kind of like weird and like being made fun of for like being kind of weird and into like, dark clothes and stuff when you live in like a super like a normie like suburban neighborhood, and everyone is just like, doing lacrosse or like, yeah, I know what that's like, right? I know what that's like. But at some point, you kind of have to, like, grow out of it, I guess. Because it's like, once you get to, like, the point of adulthood, it's like, no one really cares if you're, like, a goth weirdo at, like, a certain point. Like, no one really, really cares. And to kind of, like, hold on to this, like, resentment into your adulthood to the point where it's like a part of who you are as a person is kind of like, it's not, it's a little embarrassing, I suppose. Being weird and depressed, even when you have a good life, is fine, but you aren't unique for it. Yeah, exactly. If you want a wholesome movie that features outsider, oh no, I'm weird, watch Kikujiro. Oh, right. No, was I a goth shoddy growing up? So I went from being like emo to like kind of hard into J fashion. I went from being emo to being like kind of normal, and then I got into like J fashion. So I've kind of been like bouncing around, and then like, for the past couple years I've been like pretty like dressing normal, but then like recently I've kind of started like gravitating more towards like kind of punky gothic-y clothes, I guess. So I've kind of just like been, ping-ponging for most of my life in terms of like how I dress and my style. I just like I enjoy a lot of different types of fashion and a lot of different types of clothes. So my wardrobe is a little varied. Oh, fuck, that's right. Hold on. I need to go grab something from the kitchen real fast. Okay, I'm back. I got two things. I got a slice of Swiss cheese, and I just remembered that I have one last can of American Strong Zero in the fridge. So I got my last can of American Strong Zero. A single slice. It's a hefty slice. This is from Trader Joe's. The Trader Joe's sliced Swiss cheese. It's really good. Really good. I'm gonna mix them up. I'm gonna make cheese Strong Zero. No, I'm not gonna do that. Chug it? No, I'm not gonna chug it. Ah, love a good cheese. Love a good cheese. Ah, shoot. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is that, like, eventually, as an adult, you kind of have to, like, let go of your persecution complex. As, like, and you know what? That is something that's really hard to do. That is something that is really hard to do. You know, it's not the easiest. But at some point, you have to, like, you have to just, yeah, that would require maturity. Yeah. You gotta be actually persecuted. Have you played the JoJo RPG Maker game 7th Stand User? No, I have not. Like, I still get those feelings too. When I see, like, normies or, like, normie adjacent people, like, getting into anime and stuff and being, like, weird and judgmental. Like, oh, I like anime, but not, like, the weird anime. I like the normal anime, like Chainsaw Man. Or, like, My Hero Academia. Or something, something, something like that. It's like, shut up. Shut up. You know? Like, I'm doing it right and you're all doing it wrong. Shut up. Chainsaw Man is Kino. Oh yeah, no, I love Chainsaw Man. I fucking love Chainsaw Man. Don't get me wrong. But okay, maybe Chainsaw Man was a bad example. Okay, Chainsaw Man is a bad example. I'm trying to think of a better example. Jujutsu Kaisen? You know what? Let's see what's hot on Crunchyroll right now. Let's see what's hot on my least favorite streaming service of all time. Dawn to Dawn, One Piece. One Piece definitely. More like Jujutsu. No, I like JJK. Shut up, Emmy. You know what? You're right. No, Demon Slayer is probably the best example of a normie anime. I think that's actually a really good yeah, because that's like the one that I feel like is somehow the most like generally like I rarely see solo leveling. That's another good example. I rarely see people trying to start like discourse like about Demon Slayer, right? I very rarely see people trying to start discourse with Demon Slayer. You know, like with Chainsaw Man, it's like, oh, Denji's a teenager, so all these women are around him are pedophiles, or like, what's another one? Oh, My Hero Academia, they're all in high school, so like sexualizing them makes you a pedophile. You know, like that kind of stuff. Whereas like Demon Slayer is just like, it is pretty normal if you think about it. Just like normal fantasy, like these women, they're manipulating him. Like, that's the point. That's the point. They're manipulating him. Like, anyway. That's the point. That's the point. Anyway, reborn as a vending machine. Reborn as a vending machine. Do you think there's someone out there who like who's really into Reborn as a vending machine? Like, do you think there's some guy who like recommends it to people? And he's like, no, 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 man, you gotta trust me on this. Just watch like the first 3 episodes of Reborn as no, man, trust me. Reborn as a vending machine. It's actually really good. You just need to get past like the first couple episodes. Like trust me on this. Trust, like, no, I don't believe you. Denji's just got to eternally avoid where his brain is and people take advantage of it. Yeah, exactly. That one is slop. Yeah, it looks like all of these look like slop. Kingdom. That time I got reincarnated as a slime. Ugh. This show, is this the one? Oh, this is the girl with the big boobs who likes the rocks. Private tutor to the Duke's daughter, Rascal Does Not Dream of series. I don't even know what these are. Brotherhood to my sister's ex. Betrothed to my sister's ex. New saga, To Be Hero X. I heard something about To Be Hero X. Maybe it was good. I don't remember. Rise of Shield Hero. I was reincarnated as the 7. Kaiju number 8. You know, I read the Kaiju number 8 manga up to a certain point, and then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna wait for this to become an anime, and then I'll watch the anime. And then like I watched the first season of the anime, and I was like, yeah, this is fine. This is okay. And then I just like I never I never continued it. I don't know. Like I think like I want to like it. I want to like it because it's like it is something that appeals to me. But for some reason there's just nothing like it's not really pulling me in, I suppose. It's not like pulling me in as much as like say other, you know, series are. And I don't really understand why. I don't know. I was reincarnated as a seal VTuber. My autobiography. I've been following Shield here out of sunk cost fallacy. Fairy Tail is just kind of like fast food anime? Yeah. I'm trying to think, is there anything I follow out of sunk cost fallacy? I don't really, like, think so. I mean, okay, well, maybe not in terms of anime. In terms of games, yes. Kaiju felt like it lacked a certain it. Yeah, it's lacking something. It's lacking something, and I can't figure out what it is. It's nothing bad, it's nothing spectacular, groundbreaking, but it's fun. I would say like my game series that's kind of like a sunk cost fallacy is Pokemon. EDL, hello, welcome in. I'm not really like I don't have it as bad as other people do. Like I didn't buy the new game. And I don't really plan on doing it. Because I know there's like so many people who just like bought it and they're like coping. Like, oh no, like no, this is actually like really good. Like, you guys are just being haters. Like the new Pokemon game is actually really good. Like you're just being a hater. You're just being a hater. And it's like, I don't know, because I'll be honest with you, Sword and Shield did not impress me at all. I was quite disappointed in Sword and Shield. So I find it very hard to believe that, you know, this one is going to be any better. Although I will say, the videos the pictures people post of them dressing up their trainer does make me very nostalgic for X and Y. Like that's that's like the only reason I would buy it, is to just play fucking dress up with my trainer. That's it. That's the only appeal of that game for me. Had to reward my friend with a beer who last year got over his sunk cost for Marvel slot. Did you watch Rascal Soda's videos on modern Pokemon games? I didn't know. But they've done dress up in every game since. Okay, you are technically correct, Emmy. However, like, the options are not as good. The options kind of suck in comparison. Like, when I got to Sword and Shield, and like, you have to, every time you fight like a gym trainer, you have to wear those stupid, ugly ass fucking uniforms. I hated that shit. I hated that. I don't want to wear those. They're fucking ugly and they suck. And then like, don't even get me started on Scarlet Violet. Like, when I was looking at the options for that game, I was like, are you serious? Like, everything is uniform based. You can't wear like any other type of clothing. All your outfits are based, like, it's just the uniforms, but different versions of uniforms and like accessories. Like, no, I want my dress up game. I want my dress up game. That's like the only thing I ever wanted since I was a kid. I was like, oh, wouldn't it be so cool if you could like dress up and customize your Pokemon character? Wouldn't that be so freaking awesome? Which is why X and Y is one of my favorite games. And then they just started slowly like taking it away, giving less options, or like, you know, worse options, right? And I was quite upset by that. They just don't spawn in third world countries. Actually, extra fuzzy, there are communities. There's a ton of emos in Mexico. Have you ever seen like videos of like Mexican emos like at these like fucking concerts and shit? They go fucking crazy. And I know there's like a subculture in I typed that minutes ago, I just forgot to send it. Yeah, there's a fuck ton of emos in Mexico. And I remember Fallout Boy, I think it was Fallout Boy, they were featuring a bunch of kind of like punk kids from, I don't remember if it was India or Indonesia, but they featured a lot of you know, like punk kids from those regions, I think, in one of their albums or music videos or merch or promotions or something. And I thought that was really fucking cool. I mean, you know, the main reasons why it's like there's like there's kind of like less of that over there is because like, let's be real here. If you've ever like met or had to deal with like how do I say this? Asian parents, or like, you know, parents from like other cultures, like, you know that they do not like tolerate that kind of stuff. They do not tolerate that kind of stuff. It's not like here where it's like parents are like, well, you know, I don't really like it, but there's nothing I can really do about it. Over there, it's like, if you go out in that outfit, I am going to beat you with a stick. Like that. You have to be really brave to be able to do that kind of stuff in, like, you know, those kind of countries, right? My ex-wife is Japanese, can't confirm. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was for the Save the Rock and Roll album. Yeah, I think that was it too. My House, My Rules kind of thing. Yeah, yeah, like very like you know, if you know, you know. If you've like dealt with people like that, then you know. But yeah, it's definitely, you know, parents in other cultures like are definitely a lot stricter than, you know, a lot of American Western parents can be. Say for traditional Hispanic households, yeah, yeah. Yaru fans represent! Yeah, so that's kind of like why you don't really see as much stuff. But I also feel that, like, in these kind of countries, people who are interested in alternative culture or music, they go way harder than people over here do, right? They go the whole 9 yards. Because it's like, it's almost like something you can't even do casually. Like you're either normal because that's what everyone expects of you and you want to have like a simple life, or you just say, fuck it, I'm gonna live my life for me. And if other people don't like that, then that sucks. Like I'm gonna fight. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna fight the system. It's not like here where like, you know, any white girl can buy a pair of like Doc Martens and like, you know, black eyeliner and, you know, put it on and be like, oh, haha, look at me. I'm like so goth. I'm like so emo. Like it's, yeah, it's like if you're in a system that's like super overbearing, then you have to like just do something about it for your own sanity, you know? I've always thought that those like those like posts, you know, you see from like teen girls that are like, I wish I was like, oh my god, I wish I was Asian. I wish I was so small and delicate and had black hair and like Asian eyes. You know, it's like they wish they were East Asian. And someone will always reply to that says like, you will be reincarnated as a as a Filipino child to a single mother or something like that. Right? I've encountered more otakus in the Philippines than goths and emos. Oh yeah, for sure. I believe it. I believe it. Okay, I think this thing is clean, or at least as clean as I can get it for right now. Whee! Okay, let's move on to the other side then. I will admit, this is not like, these types of levels are not my favorite because there's so much, and also like, this is like, the barn is not, barns are not interesting buildings to me. Barns are just kind of fucking boring. Like this is a boring building. I'm sorry. If it was a different building, maybe it would be more exciting. This is a boring building. Wish to be Asian reincarnated as an overworked salaryman? Yeah, yeah. City slicker. Yeah, and? There we go. She's not into stables. I'm not a horse girl or a farm girl or like any of that stuff. I have like an extreme aversion to dirt and also by extension plants, but mostly dirt. Dirt, mud. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like being near it. I don't like I don't like it when things are dirty. I don't like it when things are dirty. I just don't. I don't like being in the dirt or on the dirt. I just don't. I remember not wanting to sit on chairs that have a hint of dirt of dried gum. I don't like dirt. Like, you know, some people are like, oh, you know, I love being out in nature and stuff and like getting my hands in the dirt and the grubs. I'm just like, that's not me. No, 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 no. If I put my hands in the dirt, I am going to go inside and like get my scrub brush and just start scrubbing the hell out of my hands. Like gonna throw dirt at your house? No. Please don't. I like hiking and going to woods, but I always bring hand sanitizer. Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, that's right. I read this God, I saw this funny post that I wanted to share with you guys on Instagram as usual. Let me see if I can find it. Note to self, Alex's weakness is pocket sand. Like, if someone threw dirt at me, I would be really upset. I would be extremely upset if someone, like, threw dirt at me. Like, unreasonably upset. Yeah, like, I have a decontamination chamber. Oh yeah, here it is, here it is. Dudes are like, I'm a 34-year-old promising doctor with a beautiful wife and 2 precious children. I have my entire life ahead of me and can do anything. I'm going to hike in 8-foot snow in the Rocky Mountains and never be seen alive again and die very badly, and my beautiful wife will have to identify my skeletal remains by my backpack. And it's like, that's so true. It's like every time you hear about something like this, like some guy who like went missing and like died in like the woods or hiking around Mount Everest or something, it's always like, oh, he was so smart. He had such a good job. He had a loving wife and beautiful children, and he was really good at what he did. And weak genes don't mock my dreams, Alex. And then he died. And the OP like replied to their own post and said, frankly, I think wives should be allowed to lock their husbands in the basement if they express their plans to go mountain climbing in sub-zero temperatures or cave diving in an illegal diving zone or whatever. You should be able to chain that guy up at that point. It's like, you know what? So true. So true. So true. I absolutely. Like, if I had a husband and he was like, so I'm thinking of like climbing Mount Everest, I'd be like, no the fuck you're not. No the fuck you're not. I'm breaking your legs. I'm breaking your kneecaps. No the fuck you're not. But I yearn for the wilds. We should be able to chain up our wives. No, don't say that. Maybe I'll go explore this dark underwater cave or go splunking in tight places. I'm gonna start a van camping channel. Oh god. But they did make a really good point that if you're doing this kind of stuff, you're not only endangering your own life, but you're endangering the lives of like the rescue personnel who have to like go and find you. Cause, you know, if it's like a nutty putty cave kind of situation, and like you get stuck in there, like what about the people who have to come in after you, right? Like, you know, it's one thing if your like stupid mistake costs you your own life, but if your stupid like mistake costs other people their lives, then that's not cool, right? That's not cool. Trying to take other people down with you post-mortem. The masculine urge to look at a steep mountain and go, all right, bet. Like at a certain point, you got to think about like, okay, well, if I die in this place, like it's going to be kind of hard for like the search and rescue people to like, if you're going to die in a place that's convenient. If you're going to do something stupid and die, do it in a place that's like more convenient, you know? That's my advice. If you're gonna die, just do it somewhere where like people can find you easily, you know? If I die in a hard to reach place, you can just kind of leave my body there. That's what the bleed out fantasies are for. Like, you know, just do it somewhere like easy. There's a J-drama called Mountain Doctor that's all about it, and you can tell the writer is just as frustrated by that behavior. Be convenient with your death. Yeah. Especially if you're like an organ donor or something. Like if you're a registered organ donor and you're doing that kind of stuff, like come on, man. Like Like your kid, like you just the perfectly good kidneys wasted by your own stupidity, right? Perfectly good lungs wasted. Oh, speaking of blood types, I don't know if this is true or not. I saw this headline that basically said something about how, like, Japanese scientists have figured out a way to, like, make different blood types compatible with each other or something like that. I don't know if that's true or not, but I feel like every single month there's like a new headline that says, like, Japanese scientists have figured out how to cure depression or how to stop seizures or whatever. And it's like, damn, like they okay. All right, okay, yeah, you guys just continue doing, you guys focus on that. Yeah, big pharma ain't gonna like that. Having to deal with the random mad ideas of manics, I do sympathize. Be notoriously an organ donor and die in the most fucked up, hard to reach place so they have to come pick your corpse up. Yeah, like, there's this one that's like, oh, Japanese scientists have, figured out, like, a drug or something, or a treatment that, like, cures depression. And it's like, yeah, it's going through trials right now. And it's like, really? Really? Like that's you did it? You're doing it? Like, really? Huh, that's crazy. They can cure seizures, but they can't cure the ongoing birth rate decline. Well, no, here's the thing. If people are less depressed, then maybe they will want to have sex, right? If they're less depressed, then I think maybe they'll be more likely to, like, want to fornicate, right? They should create a medicine that induces depression. Why would they do that? What would the purpose of that be? I can't possibly think of a purpose for that. That makes me think of this episode of House where this guy got admitted, and House was, like, really kind of, like, suspicious of him because he was, like, always happy all the time. And then House was like, oh, you actually have this condition that makes your brain not work right, so you're, like, always happy all the time and you can't feel any negative emotions or whatever. And, like, the guy was kind of like, okay, well, like, should we do something about it? And okay, guy, hi, welcome in. Okay, like... So I guess I don't remember what they did for that guy. They gave him, like, some kind of treatment or whatever, and then I think he became normal. I don't remember how that episode ended. But I finally got to the episode where Wilson returns to the hospital after breaking up with House. Didn't he become a total... I remember they gave him some kind of hormone treatment, and then he got, like, really mad, and he was, like, breaking things and swearing at people. But then they, like, took him off of that, and he, like, started to mellow out. Both the UK and Japan always tend to tout medical breakthroughs once every few months, but that's for investment opportunities. Oh. So it's more of a way to kind of, like... I see. Interesting. Most of the time it falls through. Oh, So it might just be, like, for just kind of like how those startup founders will promise, like, a bunch of bullshit that they never deliver on, something like that. Have you seen Olive House? I am on season 6. I just started season 6 earlier this week. I started season 6 earlier this week. So I think there's like 7 or 8 seasons, so I'm like getting closer to finishing. Apparently, we found a way to detect cancer through hair. That was 10 years ago. Really? Huh. Or it's always something like, oh, yeah, they figured out how to do this thing in rats. Like, we figured this out in rats. And it's like, well, I'm not an expert in this kind of thing, but I'm pretty sure that rats and humans are different. It's kind of like how people who are really like super easily baited into believing pseudoscience, they'll always like pull out these like, they'll reference these studies like, oh, like, did you know that like this thing gives you cancer? And it's like the study they reference, it's like, so this thing was done to rats and the results were like more or less inconclusive. Like, no. Working in psych, please don't give me hope. The sad be gone pill would be a hoot. Yeah, right? It's to show that it can be done on mammals, like regenerating a limb. Yeah. But it's like, at some point you have to like understand that like a rat and a human are like a different, like, wasn't the thing about like Red 40 being like bad for you or toxic or whatever, wasn't that from a study that was done on rats? Also, I saw this thing the other day. Did I save it? I could have sworn I saw this like study or something. Oh, here it is. So it was about like they were testing the effects of methylphenidate, which is an ADHD stimulant medication. And it says they tested it on healthy rats and ADHD model rats. How do you know if a rat has ADHD? How does a rat get ADHD? How does that happen? What do you mean ADHD rats? What does that mean? How do you know if a rat has ADHD or not? Can you give it ADHD? How does that work? Drinking Red 40 until I get something like the Sharingan eyes. Must be them darn vaccines. They was like to doom scroll. It was like this woman, she's like talking about this study and she's just like, oh yeah, they did this on like normal rats and ADHD rats. And I'm just like, pause. What do you mean ADHD? You can give snakes ADHD? What are you talking about? How does that work? A snake? How do you give a snake ADHD? What? They start eating cheese and get distracted by the running wheel? How do you, like... Remember when MSG was doing bad because someone got a headache once? Oh, yeah, but, like, how do you get... Okay, I'm gonna Google this. I'm gonna Google this because I desperately need an answer. ADHD in animals. Animal models of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder from the National Library of Medicine. ADHD is a heterogeneous disorder. The relatively simple nervous system of rodents models have enabled identification of neurobiological changes that underlie certain aspects of ADHD behavior. Dopaminergic system is functionally impaired. Some animal models have decreased extracellular dopamine concentrations D1 receptors. Okay, so it's more of like a brain thing. So I guess it's not like they diagnose it by behavior. They look at like the brain and how the brain is working. What? If rats can have ADHD, why can't dogs have autism? Okay. Numerous studies have found reduced brain volume in ADHD patients. Why do you want dogs to have autism? I think all dogs are autistic, to be honest with you. Yeah, exactly. Dogs for sure have autism. Like they all do. Like I think that's just how dogs are. They're like, you find me a dog without autism. How about that? Let's see. Although non-human primate brains are closer to human brains than rodents, rodent models of ADHD have the advantage that they are genetically more homogeneous. They are less expensive to maintain, greater numbers of experimental animals are available, and much more is known about their neurobiology than primates. Okay, but how do the rats get ADHD? This is, oh God, I don't know what this is saying. These are big words. So ADHD is a heterogeneous disorder. It's genetic? So then how does rats how does rats get ADHD? They give the rats Tylenol? No, they freaking don't. Several studies suggest that dogs can serve as a model for studying ADHD. But how rat? The cause of ADHD remains unknown, but mounting evidence points to a hereditary component of its occurrence. Okay. Several animal models of ADHD have been proposed. However, genetically modified animals are the most promising models for displaying ADHD symptoms. They're inventing rats with ADHD. They're inventing rats with ADHD. Although they're making the rats have ADHD. Like, I understand what they're doing, but there's just something inherently funny about, like, we need to invent rats with ADHD. We need to invent a rat that has ADHD for science. There's just something really funny about that to me. From let's clean this barn to we need to look up research on ADHD inducement in rats. Never change, Alex. They should breed an ADHD mosquito so that they'd get too distracted to bite us. True. True. I'll drink to that. It's so they can get a grant, Alex. We invented a rat that has ADHD. Give us $1 million, please. That's crazy. Next, like, what was that? What was that book about the island of talking animals? Next is going to be something like that. There was a foundation here that got money to find out how to make the ultimate bacon sandwich. And lo and behold, it went nowhere. Okay, well, first of all, like, that's not something that can be, like ultimate. That's entirely subjective. What do you mean? A sandwich is something that is subjective. Yes, you can argue there is a right and wrong way to make a sandwich, but, like, at the end of the day, like, food is more or less subjective. Like, for the most part. When it comes to making a sandwich, yeah, I would say things are mostly subjective. When it comes to, like, cooking meats, I would say that's not really subjective because, like, you know, it's kind of known that you have to cook it at a certain temperature for a certain amount of time. Otherwise, you'll get a disease and you'll die, right? Like, that's not so subjective. German engineered bacon sandwich. Like that's stupid. That's stupid. No, Alex, don't ruin their grift. It is subjective. Like, the ultimate grilled cheese, that depends entirely on, like, what kind of cheese you like, right? Like, oh, I want like Swiss cheese in my grilled cheese. But what if like a professional chef is like, actually, you don't want to put Swiss cheese in your grilled cheese because this taste of the Swiss is not go with the butter and the bread. It interferes with the whatever. But I'm like, yeah, but I like the way it tastes. I like the way the Swiss cheese tastes in my grilled cheese. Like, then what? Right? Like, it's entirely subjective. You gotta respect the grift, though, getting a grant to make and eat bacon sandwich. I just can't believe that, like, someone gave them money for that, you know? They give the pigs autism and select for hyperfocus related to food preference. Their diet will then be reflected in the taste. I genuinely don't know if you're joking or if that's, like, a real thing. If giving pigs autism is, like, a real thing... I don't even know what to say about that. I don't even know what to say about that. Like, first you've got the fucking the ADHD rats, and now you've got the autistic pigs. What's next? Has science gone too far? Isn't that how Wagyu is made? I thought Wagyu was made by like massaging the cows. Like, they massage the cows and they give them baths and they brush them and they play like classical music for them and they give them like little kisses and shit. Yeah, and they feed them sake. Like, I thought that's how you make Wagyu, by just being really nice to the cows. Like you're just really nice to the cow, and then like the meat is really good or something like that. I don't know about the kisses. I don't know. I mean, maybe it'll help, you know? Maybe giving a little cow a little smooch on the forehead, maybe it would help, you know? Maybe. I'm no... What type of animal are cows again? Like, I mean, obviously they're mammals, but I'm bovines. Yes, bovines. Thank you. I'm not a bovine expert. Talked to a pig farmer who fed their pigs really sugary feed. They basically became addicts, and the bacon apparently tasted sweeter. Well, that actually makes sense because pigs have very, very short digestive systems. Pigs have very, very short digestive systems, and because of that, they don't really filter out like things that well, right? Like animals with like humans, for example, or other animals with really long digestive systems are usually... Can I move this thing? I need to move this. No, let me move this. Let me move it. Okay, fine, whatever. Pigs. That's right. We were talking about pigs. That makes sense to me. I can see that. I can see that. They're cows. Oh, the bovines. That's what I meant. Bovines. Scientist resigns after adulterous affair with cow. Claimed it was for the good of flavor. Well, you okay, look, cows are cute though. You wouldn't give a cow a little pet and like a little forehead smooch if you saw a nice cow? I mean, okay, maybe not any cow. Like if it was your cow and the cow was like clean, you know it was like a clean cow. Like not just like any freaking cow, right? I'm just picturing a heap of Eric Cartman like pigs freaking out if they don't get their sugary snacks. Oh god. Like, is it a crime to care for animals? Is it a crime to love an animal like you would a dog or a cat? You know? I mean, maybe it's not really super, like, not really a great idea to do that if you're, like, a farmer. Oh, thank you for the posture check, it's Laria. You know, because it's like, if you get too attached to that cow and you gotta send it to the slaughterhouse... Maybe that's probably going to be a little bit hard, you know? So maybe it's better not to get too attached to the cows. But I don't know. Whee! Okay, is this window still dirty? It says I need to clean this. I'm sure there's some farmers who'd point at their pigs and shout fat. Oh my god. Okay, I need a freaking ladder or something. Can I get a freaking ladder over here, please? There we go. Why are you not getting clean? No, oh, that's why. Ew, it's still dirty up here too. Bring back fat shaming and farming? No, I like fat animals. What's wrong with the tubby little creature? Oh, this thing needs to be cleaned. Okay. Where is it dirty? I don't... Over there? Rotund. Yes, rotund. And also some animals are supposed to be fat. Like pigs are supposed to be fat. Seals are supposed to be fat. What other animals are supposed to be fat? There's animals that are like supposed to be fat, right? I'm just picturing a seal waddling around and pointing at random animals while staring at their fatness. I was trying to buy tickets for Yokohama Sea Paradise last night, and I don't know what it is with some of these Japanese websites. I don't know if it's my browser, whether they just don't like Firefox or not, or if they're like genuinely bugged, because you know I'm checking out for the tickets, right? And it's like, okay, like you email and password, like you need to set up an account to do this, and I'm like, okay. I put my email in the thing, and I submit the form on the webpage, and then it instead of like taking me to the next page, it takes me back, and it's like, oh, this email is already registered. Please, like, you know, log in to, you know, to do this. And I was like, oh, I don't remember making an account on like this service, but you know, maybe I did, and I just like, you know, so long ago I don't remember. So, you know, I go to the login page, I put in my email, and there was a password that was saved. And so I like do that, and it's like wrong password, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'll go reset my password. And so, you know, I send the thing to reset my password, and then it's like, sorry, this email isn't registered to our service. This email is not registered. Please make an account. And I was like, what? And so, you know, I'm like, okay, I guess I'll set up a freaking account. And so I go to the account creation page and I put in my email, and it's like, oh, this email is already registered. Please log in. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I try a different email, and it still gives me the same thing. It tells me that my email is already registered. But when I go to like reset the password or whatever, it says like there's no account associated with this email. And it's like, why is this happening? And it happened to me on like another website too, where it was like, please make an account. And then when I put in my information, it was like, there's already an account, and then there wasn't an account. Like, I genuinely don't know. Like these websites, like, is it a me problem? Because I know like some Japanese websites just don't work very well on Firefox, since that doesn't seem to be a very popular browser over there. It's usually just like Chrome or whatever the iOS browser is, right? I mean, maybe I could have tried it on Chrome, but in my experience, like it just, maybe I should have set my VPN to Japan. Like, I don't understand. It was just like, I just gave up. I was like, I don't know what is happening? Like, I messaged my friend and I'm like, hey, I'm sorry to ask this of you again, but like, the website will not, like, I can't, please, I'll pay you back and you buy us the tickets. Have you tried accessing the site through fax machine? Like, maybe on my phone it would work. I don't know. It's like, you know, if you're gonna tell me that something is wrong, like, tell me what the problem actually is, right? Because clearly the problem is not, like, me having an account or my email. Clearly, like, the problem is that there is something about, like, the way I am accessing this service that the website doesn't like. If it's my browser, tell me it's my browser. If it's because my IP is outside of Japan, just say you can't access this site outside of Japan, and I'll, like, you know, set my VPN. Just tell me what the problem actually is. Don't like make up a bullshit problem, because that doesn't. You're wasting my time. There was an IP ban on the Dragon Quest MMO for a long time. Really? Like, just tell me what the freaking problem is. Like, is it my browser? Okay, then just say that. Put a little pop-up that says, like, this website doesn't work very well on Firefox. Please use Chrome or Safari or whatever. Just do that. Just tell me that, and I'll switch to a different browser. Like, I don't like to use Chrome unless I absolutely have to, right? So if I have to, it's fine. Just tell me that. You know, I don't want to, like, sit here guessing and refreshing the page and turning things off and on to try to figure out what the problem is. You must appear in person to purchase. Remember your Honko. I think I'm gonna get a Honko because my friend came up with, I was like, I found one of those Honko websites that, like, translates your name into kanji. And I found one that, like, looked and sounded cool. And so I showed my friend, and she's like, that's like Chinese kanji. Like, I don't know, like, what website you use, but that's, like, not Japanese kanji. And I was like, oh, sad face. And then she came up with a really, really, like, beautiful, like meaningful, like version of my name in kanji. And, like, she showed it to me, and I was like, oh, okay. And she explained the meaning to me. And I was like, oh my God, this is the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. Like, genuinely, like, the sweetest and nicest thing that anyone has ever done for me. Like, wow. Bullburn, hi, welcome in, welcome. Okay, something is dirty over there. So I'm gonna see if I can, there's, like, also different types. I don't know if I can make that one my official one, because I've heard that, like, your official one has to be, like, your actual name, like, in hiragana or katakana if you don't have, like, a Japanese name. But I've also heard people say that sometimes they don't care, depending on where you are. So I don't know. That's something that I'm just gonna have to figure out when I get there. My boss will probably help me out with that. But I know I can have a personal one. And I might do that for, like, my personal one, for, like, you know, receiving packages and stuff, right? I need a tissue. Because I think that would be, like, nice to have. My gift to you, the ability to participate in Japanese bureaucracy. I mean, I've never had an issue with, like, needing one before, generally speaking. Why is my tracking? Oh, there we go. Like, you know, signing for a package, I just, like, you know, scribble a little thing in that area. Like, they see me and they're just like, yeah, just, like, sign here. And I just, like, scribble. Or at the ward office, they're just like, yeah, you can just, like, put your initials here or whatever. But I've also never opened a bank account before. And I know you do need to have one to open a bank account. So you should get a seal. Dia, hi, welcome in. I'm going to go crazy on that because I've seen, like, people, they do sell seal stamps. Like, not necessarily, like, for, like just, like, stamps you can use on paper. And I've seen some really cute ones with seals on them. And I'm definitely gonna expand my seal collection. You're moving? Yeah, I'm moving. I'm moving. Okay, where's the dirty? Right here. Apparently having a middle name. Yeah, yeah, middle name is gonna be a little hard because my information has my middle name on it. Like when I was living there, my residence card had my middle name. And usually what they do is they just kind of like make it a part of my last name. So it's just like a part of my last name, like first name, and then last name is just like middle name and last name. So sometimes like people will see my documents and they'll call me by like my middle name instead of my last name. And you know, I'm just like whatever. I don't really care. Whatever, man. I mean, I only have one middle name. I do not have it as bad as like the Spanish people that were in my class that had like 3 fucking middle names that, you know, whose documents would give anyone a headache. Where is it freaking dirty? Right here? Are you for real? Where? Oh my god. Oh, it's dirty there. Okay, whatever. Too late to hyphenate? Hyphenate? What do you mean? I got distracted. I mean, it's not really necessary. Oh, you mean like hyphenate my middle last name? That would require like legally changing my name, and I honestly like don't really care enough to do that. You know, like, oh, that seems like such a pain in the ass, you know, to have to like legally change your name. Like, oh, that's gotta be a real pain in the butt. Especially if you're like living overseas. Then you have to get like all your documents changed, right? That's, oh man, that's too much trouble. That's too much trouble. The Yankee bureaucracy to appease the Japanese bureaucracy. I mean, it's never been like a problem for me before. It's never been a problem for me. There have been times that I've been worried about it because, like my credit cards, like here, Powerwash point cap. I didn't know there was a point cap. Oh, I guess I have to buy things? These cost money, though. These cost... Oh, shop. ZV, hello. Wash your cosmetics. There's no cosmetics, though. What about this? That costs real money. This... There's nothing here. Do I have to buy more ugly furniture? I do have to buy more ugly furniture. Okay. Why is this chair so shiny? No one knows what this chair is made from. That's kind of scary. Why is it telling me this? No one knows what this chair is made from, but it's shiny and comfortable. Who can argue with that? It's like fleshy. It's like a flesh-colored chair. What kind of Buffalo Bill shit is this? Ugh. I don't know about this one. Is there anything else I could buy with, like, my fake money? I guess I'll just buy all of these. Since I reached the point cap. Anything else? That's probably fine. That's how my human leather chair... You can have a human leather chair in RimWorld? Excuse me? I have to sneeze. Pardon me. Yes? Okay. Okay. Okay, where's dirty? Oh, up there. Okay, Okay, this should be good. Yes! Oh my god, I did it. That took me so long. It is the ultimate psycho simulator. I did not know about that. Okay. Okay, I don't want to watch me cleaning this stupid ass barn. Let's continue. Stone Circle. Okay. You know who would probably like RimWorld? The human pet guy, Cybersmith. I bet that guy loves RimWorld. Oh, okay. The the thing is fucked up again. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Oh, fun. It's yellow. I like yellow and teal. Those are fun colors together. Then you drop Pod Strike to your nearby Neanderthal tribe with toxic waste because it was an eyesore. Good times when one of my blind colonists decided to go hunting and nailed his friends in the neck. Ooh. Oh my god, is this like an alien spaceship or something? Ooh. I was watching, Ancient Aliens the other day. You know, I remember, like, people will occasionally, like, say stuff like, oh, Ancient Aliens is racist because they only talk about how, like, brown people were visited by aliens or whatever. And it's like, that's not true at all. Like, if you actually watched Ancient Aliens, you would know that they often talk about either Jesus potentially being an alien or, like, being visited by aliens. Hell, there was an episode where they even said that, like, fucking, like, Benjamin Franklin was, like, visited by aliens. Like, are you for real? Like, they're like, oh yeah, like, he got the idea for electricity from, like, the aliens that, like, visited him or whatever. Right? Straight up robs the Bible and just slaps alien on it. It's ancient civilizations in general. Yeah, I mean, sometimes they do get a little more modern with it. Like, bring up more contemporary things. But I feel like they're a little bit, like, more... Like, there's definitely certain things that they, like, are more delicate with. Like, they're very... Like, they're very, like, open and saying, like, oh, ancient alien theorists believe that the Buddha was an alien or whatever. But, like, when it comes to, like, you know, talking about, like, Christianity, Bible stuff, I've noticed they are a little bit more, like, careful about what they say. They're like, could angels from the Bible have been aliens? Could they have? Maybe. Ooh, who knows, right? Which, you know, makes sense because I feel like the demographic for people who are really into that show are probably, like, maybe don't want to hear that, I guess. Oh yeah, then you have the Nordic aliens. Yeah, those ones. But I just love it every time I hear them say ancient astronaut theorists. Like, is that like an actual title? Or is that just like something that they call each other? Or is that something that they kind of like just colloquially call them? Like, what is the details on that term? According to Ancient Aliens, humanity got the IQ of 1 for 99% of history. In the last 60 years, we all grew brains. Yeah, exactly. It was me, by the way. I was the one who scared the aliens away. My bad. I know my aunt, she's really into Skinwalker Ranch. That's like one of her favorite shows. I'm the aliens. Fuck you for that, by the way. Thank you for your service. Yeah, she likes that show. That one isn't really as interesting to me. because it's just like, you know, they're just kind of like out in like the desert or whatever, and they're just kind of like, hey, what if we put like some microphones in like these areas where there's like some like electromagnetic interference? Let's like, you know, film this one rock with like a heat sensor, right? Let's like film this one rock with a heat sensor and see what happens. And then it's like, you know, the middle of the night, and they're like watching the heat sensor on the rock, like, and like the rock is like hot, and they're like, the rock is getting hot. Are you guys seeing this? The rock is heating up. And it's like, yeah, man, okay. The rock is heating up. Okay, we don't know why it's heating up, but it apparently is, according to the thermal cameras. I don't know what to say about that. I treat the title on the same level as calling a water boy being called hydration technician. I was obsessed with the show Hunting Hitler, where the declassified FBI files were like, we may not have killed him, whoops. Yeah, everyone knows that Hitler escaped to Argentina. And he changed his name to, like, I don't know, Jose something. And he's still alive. Exactly. And the show was like, okay, if he did survive on Earth, how would he escape? Okay, real talk. If Hitler shaved his mustache, would people have been able to recognize him? Alfonso Hitlaro. Alonso Almedrano. Senor Hitler. Okay, but like actually, if he shaved his mustache, if he was just walking around today, just like without like a mustache, do you think they would? You think they would? You think people would be able to recognize him without the mustache? I don't want to imagine a bald Hitler. He's not Clark Kent. No mustache, slick his hair back, wear glasses? No. Like, he has those, like the Groucho Marx glasses, but without the mustache. But I was watching an episode of, like, Skinwalker Ranch, at, like, you know, the doctor's office. It was, like, on the waiting room television. And I was, like, they were doing something. So they're in, like, you know, why am I moving? Okay. They were, you know, on the ranch or whatever. And they had, like, a bunch of, like, I think they were Navajo. I don't remember what tribe they were from, but I'm gonna go on a limb and say Navajo. Because, like, that's, like, geographically the closest tribe in the area as far as I'm aware. And so they had them, like, do these Navajo guys do this, like, I don't know if it was a ritual, but they had them, like, play, like, music or something. Like play the song of their people, like, in this one area. Because there was, like, a mound, like, a specific mound that was, like, giving off some kind of, like, electromagnetic waves, or it was, like, heating up or something like that. And so they're, like, having these Navajo guys, you know, play their instruments and do their thing. And they're watching, like, the mound on, like, a thermal camera. And they're like, you know, like, oh my God, look, like, it's heating up. Like, it was heating up while they were, like, you know, while they were, like, singing and playing instruments and stuff. Like, that's so crazy. And I was kind of like, okay, well, first of all, how did you get those guys onto the ranch in the first place? How did you convince them to go there in the first place? Because, like, from what I understand, like Native people do not fuck with this kind of shit, right? They know better than to, like, fuck with this shit. So how in God's name did they convince them to, like, to do that? Did they pay them a lot of money? Like, what's the deal here? I don't know. But, like, yeah, they were, you know, they were playing those funky, fresh, spiritual beats, and the mound, sorry, was, like, heating up on the thermal camera, and they were just, like, watching it, and they're like, oh my God, this is amazing. Look, you can see the temperature is, like, changing. And it's like, yeah, like, you know, it's the temperature's changing. There's no like real explanation for that, but like, I don't know. I just didn't find it to be as impressive, to be honest with you. I think that, like, at least to me, finding Bigfoot was always a little bit more interesting. Because at least, like, with finding Bigfoot, they kind of, like, they make it seem more dramatic than it actually is. You know, they keep you, like, on a cliffhanger. But, yeah, it was just, like, rock hot! Rock hot! They found natives from the cities that barely know their own culture and showed them a bag with money. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, it was just like they're just like standing there looking at these cameras, and on the cameras the mound is heating up, and I was like, okay, like are you gonna go there? Are you gonna go to like the mound and like check it out? But they didn't do that. They just like stood there watching it on the cameras, and it's like I don't understand. Like, don't why not just go there? Like, just go there and like see for yourself. Like, what's happening? Are you guys afraid? Are you guys touch the hot rock? Yeah, are you afraid? Were you a pussy? You're afraid of the hot rock? You're afraid you're gonna get eaten by the aliens? Like, I thought this was your thing, dude. I thought this was your job. What do you mean you're not gonna go out to the hot rock and like touch it or whatever? It wasn't even that far away. It's like, I don't know, like a 5-minute drive from where they were. You're not gonna fucking go touch the hot rock? You guys suck. You guys suck at this. You know, at least with fucking, you know, finding Bigfoot, they go into the fucking forest and they're looking for Bigfoot. They're like trying to find Bigfoot. They're like, yeah, we want to meet Bigfoot. We want to see Bigfoot. We want to hang out with Bigfoot. Right? We want to talk to him. We want to like, we want to meet Bigfoot. But these guys are just like, oh man, yo, that rock, look at it in the camera. It's like heating up. Wow, that's so cool. Let's just sit here and watch the rock change temperature. Are you kidding me? Come on. I got the wrong job. I should be one of those finding X and get paid to travel and find nothing. We need to hire the Navajo people. If they can heat up rocks, we have found a replacement to nuclear energy without radiation. I'm suddenly reminded of the Beatles movie that was based on the Paul McCartney's Dead rumors, where Paul we see today is his fans. Wait, was that the Beatles movie where like Ringo he gets like a ring or something, but the ring is evil, and if he like takes it off, he'll die? That's the movie. I remember seeing that movie when I was like really, really little. That's all I remember, is it's like the Beatles and like one of them gets like an evil ring, but he like, if he takes it off, he'll die or something really bad will happen. And so they're like trying to figure out like how to get him free of like the ring's curse or something like something like that. I don't remember what happens or how it ended. Wait, that's a different movie? How many Beatles movies were there? There couldn't be more than like 3, right? I mean, including the Yellow Submarine. But that's an animated movie. Wait, so then what's... Okay, hold on. The Beatles movie with the ring. Help? When Ringo Starr receives a sacrificial ring that gets stuck on his hand. Yeah, that's the movie. Oh, it's the second film in the Beetleverse. It's the second film in the Beetleverse. Okay, yeah, that one I haven't seen. Paul died in a car accident, so MI6 implanted his phantom to prevent fans from ending their lives. In the BCU. Yeah. The original Ringu. Yeah, they were gonna like sacrifice some lady, and for whatever reason, like Ringo has the ring. And so then they're like trying to like go after Ringo, and they're gonna like kill him, but the ring, he like can't take it off. It was a weird movie. Very, very strange movie. I also like, you know, I have seen probably like the Yellow Submarine movie maybe like twice, maybe 3 times when I was a child. And I don't really understand why, because that movie like freaked me the fuck out, like as a kid. Oh, there's Jarvis. Is this what they did when Tolkien denied them the rights to make a Lord of the Rings movie? Like those fucking blue things from the Beatles, those things like freaked me the fuck out. I don't know, they were just like fucking weird. And then like in a later episode, it was like a special episode of SpongeBob. They referenced like the blue like creatures from the Beatles, and then they had like David Bowie like voice one of the creatures. I gotta hold on. They did a 3D remake of the Yellow Submarine? I did not know that. Yeah, the Atlanteans, yeah. I did not know they did a 3D remake of the Yellow Submarine. I really don't want to see that. I think if I saw, like, the Yellow Submarine movie while I was high, I think I would go into psychosis. Like, that's how scary that movie is to me as, like, a child. If I, like, took an edible and watched that movie, I think I would, like, go into shock or something, or, like... I don't know, man. I think that would be a bad idea. Oh, my nose is running. Now we know what to do for this special stream. I'm not doing that. Like, there's so many things that I feel like unintentionally, like, scared the shit out of me as a child. Like, I've always had, like, a really, like, intense... In the Paul is Dead movie, they tried to do a seance in India to replace the fake Paul's soul with the real one. You know, I was gonna ask, like, what were they on when they came up with this, but... You know, there's a lot of things that could answer that question. Marijuana, mushrooms, did they have LSD in the 60s? Did they have LSD back then, or was that like a more modern thing? No, they must have, because like MK Ultra was doing LSD on dolphins, right? The film mentions they were on drugs. Oh, okay. Well, that answers that question. But I don't know, for me, the Beatles' music has always, like, creeped me out, or just straight up made me feel, like, extremely uncomfortable in some way. I don't know what it is, but, like, even when I was, like, really little, if, like, someone was playing the Beatles in the car, or, like, the Beatles would come on the radio, I would be like, please turn it off. Please turn it off. I cannot listen to this. Please turn it off. Like, this is not the vibe. I don't know. Something about their music just, like, genuinely, like, rubs me the wrong way, or makes me feel, like, uncomfortable in some way. And I don't know why. I genuinely don't know how to articulate why. Their music feels extremely ominous. It feels extremely ominous to me. I don't know how to explain it. It's very ominous. It's weird. It doesn't make sense, but it, like, I don't know how, there's like something there. I don't know, like, those like backwards messages that are playing stuff like, oh, I'm possessed by the devil or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that stuff was real. Maybe that stuff was real. Well, the Paul is Dead rumors started when people would reverse their songs. Like, I didn't even know about that stuff. I would just hear their music, and I was like, yeah, this is creepy. This is creepy. I don't want to listen to this. There's something really creepy about this. Like, there's some kind of evil. There is some kind of evil within this song. I don't know. These beats are evil. they are hiding something. I don't know. I don't know, man. The movie claims they put those messages in their songs to tell their fans there's a fake Paul. Maybe. Which was the Beatle that was making those really cool like MS Paint drawings? Which one of the Beatles was that? Who did like the really interesting like paint drawings? I always thought those were cool. Was it Ringo? You know what? I always thought those were like kind of neat. You know? Like it's very like, it's just like, is neat. I don't know. Like whenever I would see those like drawings that he did in like MS Paint, I was like, you know what? This is actually like kind of cool. Like in like kind of like an outsider art sort of way, but like it's just like Ed and Nettie, Purgatory Theory, Ed and Paul, Purgatory Theory, Ed and Nettie, Purgatory Theory. The Beatles, the first Western yokai. I don't know. I think the Beatles was some kind of like MK Ultra psyop thing. I don't know, man. I prefer Ringo and his magnum opus what was he? He was Thomas the Tank Engine? What was he doing in Thomas the Tank Engine? What was he doing in that? Apparently, I learned the other day that there is a manga biography of Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs has a manga biography. That's a real thing. You can find it, you can buy it, you can read it. The life of Steve Jobs in the form of a manga. It exists. I think that's interesting. I don't know why it exists, but you know what? Who the hell is Steve Jobs? Published in Apple Jump? I don't know if it was published in a magazine. I think it was just released as like a standalone like volume or volumes. I don't remember who published it. But there's just something very interesting about seeing like manga style drawings of like real people. You know? Like I think there's like a Sherlock manga too. And they drew like Benedict Cumberbatch. It's like Benedict Cumberbatch, but like in manga. And there's just like, I don't know, there's just something like weird about that to me. Right? Like this is what Benedict Cumberbatch would look like if he was a manga character. And it's like, yeah, that's him. That's Benedict Cumberbatch. Yep, that's him. I recognize that weird little face anywhere. Like I want to see, you know what I want to see? I want to see I'm trying to think of who would be a good artist to do this. Okay, it's got to be like someone who's done a shonen series. Who do you think would do a good job on a drawing of Shaq? The basketball player. I don't think there's another Shaq, but I will specify. Who would do a good job of drawing Shaq? The Baki guy? No. No, his characters are like ugly and gross. No. It's gotta be someone else. It's gotta be someone like someone who does like a sports manga or something. I don't know. Are we seriously gonna adapt Shaq Fu? Here we go. Oh, you know what? You know what? Like weird little RPG Maker game I really want to play. It's the one that Vinny played a long time ago. The one like, what was it? It was like, was it Kanye Quest? The one with like Michael Jackson in Toiletland? Do you know what I'm talking about? What was that one called? But I don't know if that one is like stream safe. Okay, okay, it was that one. I don't know if that one's like stream safe or if there's like DMCA in there. I don't think it is. If I remember correctly, there was like a no-no scene or a no-no word in there. I don't remember. It's been a really long time since I've seen like a playthrough of that, you know, I've seen that video. But I do remember there was something in there that maybe would not be allowed on Twitch. Toilet in Wonderland. That was it. That was it. That was it. I don't remember off the top of my head. Well, hold on. Why don't I just check right now? Oh, no, it's a category on Twitch. Toilet in Wonderland, it's a category on Twitch. Okay. So, you know, if it's a category on Twitch, then clearly it must be fine, right? Although, you know, with how Twitch has been recently, perhaps it would not be the best to push my luck. You know? Sounds more like R. Kelly. No. That that SpongeBob DLC or whatever for Sonic Racing Cross World could like confuse me on a visceral level. Like I saw, I was like, oh, SpongeBob. And then like the Sega logo appeared and the Sega appeared, like the Sega sound. But it was like SpongeBob, and I was like, SpongeBob and Sega? What? Am I hallucinating? What's happening right now? And then I was like, oh, Sonic Racing Cross World SpongeBob. But I was just like seeing the SpongeBob logo and like the Sega logo. I was very confused. I was like, what is happening? I thought THQ Nordic were the ones making the SpongeBob games. What's going on here? We're gonna have Keanu Reeves Shadow and SpongeBob. Ah! Ow, my nose. You know, like, oh, you know what's the worst? When your nose is like... When your nose is like running, but... And you go to like wipe it, right? But the... Like the outside of one of your nostrils or what... Where is my trash bin? Oh, hold on. I found my trash can. What was I saying? Oh, you sent me the trailer. Okay, thank you. Ow. Okay, I sit down and all of a sudden everything is like, I need to adjust everything. I need to scratch my head. I need to do something. SpongeBob Sega Pants. SpongeBob in Yakuza when? Okay, so who would be Majima in a SpongeBob Yakuza crossover? Who would be Majima? Would it be SpongeBob, do you think? But like, then Squidward would have to be Kiryu, but I don't think that Squidward is a good fit for Kiryu because like Kiryu cares very deeply about like the people around him and about justice. And Squidward just doesn't give a fuck about anyone outside of like himself. So Patrick? I mean, I guess. I guess, because, like... I mean, well, maybe it would be... I feel like, no, Sandy. I think Sandy is a better fit for Kiryu. Right? Because, like, Sandy is more, like, you know, justice-oriented. She's, like, rough and tough and, like... Right? I think Sandy would be a better choice. Welcome in, COD. For, like, Kiryu. I guess SpongeBob can be Majima because realistically that's like the only thing that makes sense, right? Who is Mr. Krabs in this situation? Move! Okay, here we go. Who would Mr. Krabs be? Wait, no, who's the... Oh, God, what's his name? The guy who deals with... Kuze? No, not Kuze. What was Kuze's, like, role again? Was he the money guy, or was that Shimano? No, not Shimano. The fat guy. He was clearly one of those fat guys in diapers Kiryu has to fight. No. Who would pull off the cabaret intro scene the best? Good point, yeah. Ah. Please. There we go. Who would do that the best? Wouldn't? I don't know. Okay, you know what? I don't think, like, SpongeBob is, like, a good fit for this crossover. Like, there's not really, like, a very good... No. Squidward is not Majima. Squidward is not a Majima. Squidward, no, just personality-wise, no. Not at all. Not at all. No, I gotta find a different franchise. I don't think SpongeBob is gonna work for this. Oh yeah, well actually no, I remember. I tweeted about this earlier. I didn't say specifically what it was about because I didn't think anyone really cared. I saw that Animate is having a some like limited merch for the Danganronpa, I think 15th anniversary. Wow, 15 years, crazy. And I was really annoyed because all of it is like blind box shit. Like blind box merch. It's everything is like random. You can't choose what you want. And like, I hate that. I hate surprises. I genuinely hate like surprises, like surprise presents, surprise gifts or whatever. I do not like not knowing what I'm gonna get. Like I genuinely don't understand how people can enjoy that sort of thing. I just don't like it. To me, it's like the worst feeling ever. We really do live in a Danganronpa dystopia. Like I don't want to get a random prize. I want to get the character that I want. Right? Because to me, there is no worse feeling than opening something like a gift or whatever, or like a gacha, and not getting what you want. That's like the worst feeling for me. Like it's literally the worst. I cannot eat, like it's miserable. It's miserable. Because then I have something like if it's you know like a digital like a gacha game or whatever, it's like okay, whatever. Like it doesn't matter. I can probably use this in some way, like recycle it into, you know, a material or use it for XP or whatever. But oh, I think I'm sneezing so much is because I had some like spicy noodles before stream. Like with a digital thing, it's not really as bad, but with like a physical thing, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Just having something that I don't want, that I have to get rid of. Because like for me, the only things that I want to have are things that I like and I want, right? If that makes sense. Like, I don't want to have a acrylic stand of a character I don't care about. Like, having it is pointless to me. It does not bring me joy. It is a waste of space. And it's also a reminder that I wasted my money. Was it the bulldog noodles? Technically, yes. I used the bulldog noodles as a base, but I actually made the sauce myself with some gochujang, cream, kimchi, and Parmesan cheese. So I didn't use the bulldog sauce. I made my own sauce, but I guess it's still a little spicy. Like, I don't know. Just like for me, there's nothing worse than like looking at an object that is taking up space in, you know, my space and being like, I don't want this. I don't like this. I don't want to have this. I need to get rid of this. I need to get rid of this because like it's a waste of my money. It's a waste of my money. Like, I don't like, it's a reminder that I wasted my money, right? It's like, you waste my time. Like, okay, I mean, if you waste my money, it's one thing. If you waste my time, it's like, it really pisses me off. Zaku, hello, welcome, welcome. Sweetie or cheesy. Please don't call me sweetie. That makes me uncomfortable. Don't call me that, but welcome in. You curated your space for so long and a random ugly character spawns in. Yeah, kind of. Kind of, yeah. Because especially with, like, for me, like with, you know, like gotcha stuff or whatever, it's like I know there's a market for it and that I can sell it, right? Like, oh, you know, there's probably someone who will want this keychain of this character if I like put it up for sale on like Mercari or whatever, or eBay. But the thing is that that's not like, it's not instant. Like, just because I put something up like on an online marketplace for sale does not mean someone is going to instantly buy it. So then that object gets to occupy space in my room somewhere for however long it takes for someone to buy it, right? It occupies space until someone, you know, takes it off of my hands. And who knows how long that could take. I still have stuff from like 3 years ago that I've had listed that no one has shown any interest in. And I don't freaking know what to do. It sits there mocking me. Exactly. Because it's like, I don't want to give it away if I can get like at least as much as I paid for it back. Right? I know that there's got to be someone out there who wants it or who is interested in it. Like there is at least someone who wants to buy this, but they're not buying it. So it sits there mocking me. A Labubu deep dive? No, I don't really know anything about Labubus, nor do I care about Labubus. So nah, I don't care. Like, I was looking, anyway, bringing it back to, like, the Danganronpa thing, I was, like, looking at it, and I was like, oh, you know, these are pretty nice. It would, you know, I'd be, you know, if I got, like, a sticker of, like, you know, the Junko one, or, like, maybe one of the keychains, or the, like, a little acrylic stands, you know, that'd be kind of cute to have, just, like, as a fun thing. And it's like, oh, no, it's random. And it's like, I don't want to accidentally get like the, what were the characters on there? Hold on, let me check. Like, I would, like, if I got the Komaeda one, I would laugh because I think that's really funny. Wow, okay. HoloLive is rolling out the red carpet. No, Twitch is rolling out the red carpet for HoloLive streamers, HoloLive VTubers, which is very bizarre considering they have been like doing nothing but make it more difficult for VTubers to exist on Twitch. Also very interesting that like Holo has decided to expand onto Twitch. Very, very strange. I don't know if they're dual streaming or if they're doing exclusive streams. I don't know what the deal with that is. They're doing dual streaming? Okay. But I remember there was this guy who posted about his like experience auditioning for HoloLive, specifically Holo Stars. He said he was originally going to be in Gen 1, but like Gen 1 originally like fell through, and then like the project fell through, and then they later brought it back like a few years later. And he auditioned for them again. And he got pretty far into the interview process. And he told them that what he wanted to do was kind of like bridge the gap between Twitch and YouTube, which I think is a very, great thing to do. But apparently, according to him, he said that they didn't like that. And that basically like killed his interview. Like he was basically told like, yeah, no, like you're not like, they didn't hire him. Right. And, I'm just like looking at this and I'm like, if I was that dude and like I saw this fucking thing right now, I would be kind of pissed. I would be kind of fucking mad. Maybe like that's kind of petty of me. Maybe, I mean, it is petty. It is petty. But like, if like, if I like told someone like a job or a company, like, oh, this is what I want to do. And they say like, yeah, this is like not what we're looking for. We actually don't like this. And then like, I didn't get the job. And then a few years later, they basically decided to like, do what I wanted to do. I would be pretty fucking mad about it. I would be pretty fucking mad about it. It's still a Japanese agency. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. But like, that kind of thing has happened to me before where it's like, I have this like idea or I have this like thing I want to do, and I kind of propose it, or like I see if I can sorry, like do something with it, and I kind of get like brushed off or whatever, or like no one really care. I do it and no one really cares. And then someone else does it, or, someone takes my idea and like uses it or repurposes it. And like, I basically, like I do feel a little bitter when something like that happens. Like, I don't make it like, I don't let it like affect me to the point where I'm like vindictive, right? But I do have that. I feel like that's normal to have that feeling, like I did this and nobody cared. And then these people did it and everyone cared, right? I think it's normal to feel that way. You should be vindictive though. But it's like, there's nothing you can do about it in that situation, right? There's nothing really you can do about it. So holding on to that kind of resentment, like, is pointless, right? I remember back in 2015 or something, someone talked to me about going into Dogecoin. I ignored it, and because I got no money at that time. Oh yeah, that's right. I was looking at the Danganronpa thing. So the postcards are nice. In-store purchase campaign between February 2026 and March 1st. There's like a card. You cannot choose which one you get. My Solitary Gourmet video was stuck by PB Tokyo, but now there's shorts and TikToks of the show that get thousands of views. Yeah. Like, I know exactly how that feels. And it sucks, but it's like there's nothing you can really do about it, right? And if you go out and you're like vindictive about it, like publicly trying to be like, oh, I did this first and no one cared, like people are just gonna like, no one likes that, right? It's frustrating because it's like you have these feelings and you feel like you can't really share these feelings with anyone because they're bad feelings, right? They're negative feelings. They make you look bad if you like say this to other people, And it's frustrating because it's like very hard to find an outlet for these specific types of emotions because you risk being seen as like a, petty, vindictive person when like, those feelings are totally normal. It's totally normal to feel that way, right? I'm not bitter, by the way. I just found that funny in hindsight. That's what they all say. No, I'm just kidding. Wait, can you buy these individually? Now accepting reservations. Can you buy these individually? Okay, you can buy the acrylic stands individually. That's great. The Junko and Celestia ones are kind of cute. Okay. Yeah, it was the can badge pins were random. Let's see. Okay, so you can't actually buy a lot of these things individually. Okay, I got upset for nothing because like when I was looking at the page, it was only showing the items that were like random. Like, oh, there's like 6 you can get. And it's like I don't I don't want the fucking Kyoko Kirigiri pin. I want the Junko Enoshima pin. I don't want that one. I have one that I want. I don't want the one that I don't want. Right? I want the one that I want, and I don't want the one that I don't want. What is so hard to understand about that? Anyway, I back to washing. These yellow blocks aren't gonna clean themselves. A new item is available in the shop. Is it more ugly ass furniture? Yeah, this definitely looks like some kind of UFO. You gotta tell them how you feel. I mean, you know, I suppose the benefit is that, I mean, it's not really a benefit. It's more of like a, I want that Danganronpa toy on my shelf now. Exactly. You get it. I suppose like the side effects or the good news, I guess, about like something being random is that like if I don't get the one that I want, then I could just go onto like an online store or go into like Surugaya or something and, you know, see if someone is selling the one that I want. Right? Dumbbells, yes, we need these. Because like realistically, the way I see it, it's like either I could waste my money buying this random blind box over and over again and not get the one I want. Or I could just spend like a few extra dollars potentially to get the one that I specifically want. Right? The only problem with this is that like sometimes people greatly overestimate the value of something, right? How do I pick this up again? Tab, hold placement mode, E, pick up. Oh, there we go. Right? Wait, no. So like there's this blind box thing that I wanted. It was from the like Naruto cat series. Why can't I freaking I can't put these on my rug? Okay, there we go. That's fine. And the specific one that I wanted, it was like it wasn't like one of those things where it's like there's a higher chance or a lower chance of getting it. It said there was like a 1 in 6 chance of getting it. And there were like, you know, 6 possible options. Right? So it's not like it was like a rare thing to get, right? It's not like that was rare. There's a 1 in 6 chance out of 6 options. But the only people I've seen selling it are selling it for like $40, $50. It's a tiny ass little like plastic like little figure, right? Tiny. Like an inch, less than an inch tall. And it's like you are selling this for like $50. This isn't even rare. It's completely unreasonable. Yeah, it's completely fucking unreasonable. Right? And it's like, I know this isn't worth $50. You know this isn't worth $50. But you're like the one of 2 people selling this item. Right? And the person who sold it for $40, theirs sold a lot faster than yours did. So, you know, I gotta clean the flesh couch. Hold on. It's like it can be frustrating because it's like I know that this is not rare. You know that this is not rare, but there's no one else selling it. So, you know, fuck me, I guess. Either I pay the $50 or I fuck off. Where am I gonna put my flesh couch? Let's put it like here. Yeah. In the sunlight, so it gets all warm. What else? Oh, the weird table. Okay. You know, I will say that's what I am looking forward to in Japan, is that because these things are more like easily available, they are way cheaper. Like, I know that I will be able to find the specific one I want for probably less than $12. Like secondhand online or in like a store. Right? Like that will be very easy for me to find. I don't have to deal with anyone else's bullshit of like, oh, this is a rare Japanese toy. Ooh, it's so rare. Ooh, rare Japanese toy. Where did you get it? Oh, it's limited edition. Ooh, so rare, so hard to find. No one else is selling it. When it's like, fuck you. I'm gonna go to Japan and I'm gonna buy it for $5. Fuck off. Go fuck yourself. You know? But it's just like, it's frustrating to have to do that. You should enjoy the fun of opening the blind box. I hate surprises. Captain Green Beans. I hate surprises. I hate not knowing what I'm gonna get. I hate blind boxes. I hate not knowing what I'm gonna get. I can't stand that. I need to know what I'm gonna get. Because if I don't get what I want, I am going to get unreasonably upset. What is for sale? Is it another piece of ugly furniture? Oh, it's just the dumbbells. Get one for cheaper and then list the 1 cent cheaper than their listing. Whoever's planning a surprise birthday party for Alex better stop now. Like, Christmas and my birthdays were always like my least favorite times of the year. Well, specifically Christmas. Christmas is always the worst for me. Because like, no one seems to understand, like, because I just hate not knowing what I'm gonna get. Like when I was really little, I would, at like midnight, I would sneak down to the Christmas tree and I would very carefully open up my presents, see what they were, and then like tape them back up. I would do this for years. I never got caught. I was super good at it. I would do that for years. Because I can't stand not knowing what I'm gonna get. You definitely got caught? No, I never got caught. I never got caught. I never got caught. I was good at it. I was good at it. I think they knew. No. No, because if they knew, they would be fucking pissed at me. They would, like, look, I was really good at, like, putting the tape back perfectly. I was so good at it. I was so good at it. They didn't, no, I'm telling you. I was really good at it. I was really good at it. I was too scared to sneak out in the middle of the night because my dad told me Santa would be angry. Well, I figured out that Santa, like, didn't exist pretty early. So, you know, once I figured out that Santa didn't exist, it was just like, it was just free reign for me. I was like, oh, Santa doesn't exist. I can literally do whatever I want. I can literally do whatever the fuck I want. Rock climbing mountain. This one looks like it could be fun. Woe be to the partner who wants to do a romantic surprise for you. No. No, I would literally, like, I have done this before where, like, I always, like, tell people what I want for, like, my birthday or for Christmas. Like, this is what I want. This is what I want. This is all I want. Don't get me flowers. Don't get me any stupid bullshit. Just get me the thing that I want. Like, we can go to the store and get it together. Like, just don't surprise me. Just get me what I want. I can't, like, no. It makes it easier. Exactly. It makes it easier. It literally makes it easier. Like, this is what I want. This is what I expect. Like, it's I wish there were more women like you. I don't get it. I don't get it. Look, I have been disappointed so many times. I have been disappointed so many times that all I can do is just tell people, this is what I want. This is what I like. This is what I don't like. This is what I don't want. Like, I give people the most detailed instructions and guidelines on, like, what to get me. And no one in my family ever follows them. The only person who does is, like, my cousin. And even then, sometimes she gets it wrong. I don't know why. I genuinely don't know why. Like, if it's just, like, people fucking hate me or what. Like, I give you a specific list. I give you specific guidelines. But it's like, oh, no, let me surprise Alex with some, like, esoteric Chinese board game. What? What? I'm not even joking. I can't do that because I don't fucking know what I want for my birthday or Christmas, because if I wanted it, I'd buy it myself. So when people are like, what do you want? I genuinely don't know what to tell them. Okay, here is how you solve this conundrum. So you have to think about what, not necessarily, like you have things that you want, right? But you also have to think about what people are going to be willing to buy for you, how easy it is to get the thing. Because I'm the same way. I would rather just get money so that I can buy the stuff that I want. You know, like, okay, I want a book. A book is a really easy thing to buy and get. And because, like, the thing is that, like, you want the person who is giving you the gift to, like, how do I say this? To, like, see that they did a good job, right? To see you get the gift and be like, oh, this is what I wanted. Thank you. So if it's something really simple like that, it's really easy. Like, okay, this book is like $12. I could get it for myself, or I could tell, like, my family or whatever, this is what I want. Someone can get it for me. They can feel, you know, good about themselves that they got me a gift that I appreciate, and I got what I wanted, right? That's usually how I try to think of it. Like, make it so that the things are just easy and simple. You know what? It has not worked for me. It has not worked for me. I literally say, please get me just an Amazon gift card. Get me a Uniqlo gift card. Get me a gift card because I need to buy these things. And, nope. Nope. Here's something completely useless. What do you mean? Like, if someone I don't know what it is. My family just has this thing where it's like whenever I tell my mom, like, oh yeah, just tell, like, everyone to get me gift cards. She's like, no, but, like, that's not, like, a real gift. It has to be, like, meaningful. It has to be, like, an actual thing, not like a gift card. That's like lazy. That's like a cop-out gift. And it's like, yes, that's what I want. I want the cop. Yeah, they might think that giving cash is low effort or not special enough. Yeah, but, like, that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't want you to put effort into this, because every time you put effort or try to do something different, I am unhappy. Please. Please. But I can't say that, you know? Ugh. If I told you that I was going to miraculously revive myself after death, even though it's physically impossible, but on the day of my funeral, I do it, would you still be surprised? I don't know. That's some real food for thought. That's some real food for thought. I would have to think very deeply about this. Meaningful, like listening to the recipient. Exactly. Exactly. What about reverse psychology? Try that. I've tried it. I've tried telling people, don't get me anything. I don't want anything for Christmas. But that doesn't work, because my family takes that as, like, an invitation to just, like, get anything. Like, it kind of, somehow they interpret as like, oh, well, if there's nothing specific that she wants, then she'll be happy with anything that I give her. And it's like, no, that's not what that means. It means, please do not buy me anything. Please. So anyway, that's why I'm really happy that I don't have to, like, I'm getting to miss Christmas this year. This is why I am absolutely overjoyed that I am, like, going to be away from my family for Christmas, because I don't think I can deal with this anymore. I genuinely, like, I'm at the point where, like, I'm going to lose my shit the next time someone gives me something. Like, I don't know how much longer I could do this. I genuinely don't know how much longer I could do this. That's some food for thought, and I am not hungry. I sense some psychological baggage. I mean, at the end of the day, like, I am well aware that it's, like, ultimately kind of like a stupid first world problem to be upset about. Like, oh, I'm upset because I'm getting all these presents, but the presents are all things that I don't like. Ooh, oh, look at me. I'm a rich little white girl. Everyone gives me nice presents, but I don't like any of them. And it's like, you know, I get that, but I just, like, when you're just, like, disappointed, like, over and over and over and over again by your own fucking family, it kind of feels bad, right? It kind of feels bad that, like, your own family cannot even, like, doesn't even, like, I don't want to say care, but, like, they're not even willing to put even, like, the smallest amount of, like, thought into, like, is this something that, like, my niece would actually enjoy? Right? Like, it is, like, I don't know how to explain it. I really don't know how to explain it. And this is not a problem that I've always had necessarily. Like, when I was a kid, I would say I was, like, pretty spoiled at Christmas. I would get mostly everything that I wanted. But, you know, like, as a niece, all right, we know the culprit. Like, as an adult, it has gotten exponentially worse to the point where it's like, I don't even want to, like, be involved in that aspect of Christmas anymore. It sounds like you're annoyed that they're not being considerate enough, or that they don't know you as well enough as they should. I mean, for me, it's mostly just, like, it feels very inconsiderate to me. Like, every year, my mom is like, oh, you should probably, like, send out your Christmas list to your extended family members. Because I've been doing that since I was a kid, right? And that's, like, just still something I more or less do. And you know, I'm not asking for, like, anything fantastic. I'm not asking for, like, a PS5 Pro. I'm not asking for a car. I'm not asking for, like, $1 billion. It's just like, hello, this is a sweater I would like. I would like some gift cards. I would like this book. I would like this thing on Amazon, or, like, I'm very clear, right, about what I want. I'm very clear. I keep it very simple. I provide, like, links on where to find them. Like, I'm very, very clear about, like, the kind of thing that I would like to receive. And, like, when it's like last year, I got, like, nothing that I asked for. Nothing. Not a single thing that was on my list did I get. Right? And I was just very, very perplexed by that, because, like, I wasn't asking for anything expensive, right? I was asking for, like, very simple things. Like, hello, I'd like a Uniqlo gift card. I like shopping at Uniqlo. I like their clothing. I would like a gift card from them. Like, oh, I need some new socks or whatever. Can you get me some socks from, like some, like, I don't know, Under Armour or whatever, right? And it's just like, I clearly communicated, like, what I needed and what I wanted, and, like, I got, like, not a single thing. And it's like, I don't understand. Like, if someone gave me a list of things they wanted for, like, Christmas or their birthday, like, I would look at the list and I would go, like, okay, like, you know, this person wants like a candle from this shop. They want this specific candle from this specific brand. Okay, that's simple enough. I'll get them the candle, right? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And so it just like, it is like inconsiderate. And I just like, I'm not necessarily offended. I'm just more perplexed more than anything. Very, very perplexed. Right? It's perplexing. If you were to clearly communicate the minute thing you want, but instead got nothing, is that equally bad or worse? I would rather get nothing. Like, genuinely, I would rather get nothing than get something that I don't want. I don't know if that's, like, crazy or not. Or, like, I don't know if that's, like, crazy or weird, but, like, it's like, I would literally just rather get nothing. Like, I'm, like, not gonna be envious of people who are getting, like, other things. Like, I would rather get nothing, genuinely. Right? Our family basically makes a list and then we divvy up who buys what. Yeah, that's what my family does too. That's what my family does too. But for some reason, like, they've just, like, kind of dropped the ball on that? I don't know why. Oh, no. Don't fall. No, oh, wait. God damn it. Oh, can I get back up there, please? Mm-hmm. And, like, it's frustrating to me because I really, you know, I was taught that, like, if you are given a gift, even if you don't like it, you have to tell the person that you like it. You have to you have to at least act like you are appreciative of the gift, even if you fucking hate it. You cannot say or act like you don't like it, right? And I've always found that to be, like, on one hand, I do understand it. Because, like, you know, giving someone a gift and them being like, I don't like it, like, that makes you feel bad, right? But on the other hand, like, if no one tells them that I don't like it, then they're going to, you know, assume that I do like it and that they can just, like, get me more stuff. It's the thought that counts. Yeah, I don't really, like, I don't really subscribe to that. Because it doesn't really, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. I would genuinely rather get, like, nothing at all than, like, get something I don't want. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's weird of me. Maybe that's weird of me. Because, like, you know, if it was, like, the kind of thing where it's like, oh, you know, I tried to look for the stuff on your list, but I couldn't find it. It was sold out. I didn't have time. You know, blah, blah, blah. I'd be like, yeah, you know, that's totally fine. Like, that's totally fine. Like, I get it. Like, I'm not gonna hold that against you, right? If they aren't listening to you, are they really thinking about you? Yeah, exactly, Silveris, exactly. You know? And it does leave me feeling very, like, underappreciated in some sense. You know, kind of like, it like, also, like, it can make me feel misunderstood. Like, people have this idea of who I am. This idea of, like, who I am as a person or whatever, when in reality, like, that's not me at all. Like, the person they think I am is not, like, how am I gonna clean this thing? Who, like, I actually am. There's a detachment. Yeah, a detachment. Because it's like, sometimes I get things, and it's like, why would you think I would like this? Why would you think that this is something I would be interested in? Like, I remember, my grandpa, he had this, like, thing where he was really, like, he really wanted me to do Sudoku. I don't know why. He was really obsessed with the idea of me doing Sudoku. And every year he would get me, like, some kind of, like, Sudoku thing, a Sudoku book, a, like, Sudoku, like, electronic device or whatever. Like, some kind of Sudoku bullshit. He would get me that every year. And I just To this day, I still don't understand. And you know, he's dead now, so I can't ask him. But I just don't really get what his obsession with me doing Sudoku was. And I remember just every year, like, being disappointed, like, he's gonna get me another Sudoku thing. It's always gonna be, it's just another fucking Sudoku thing every single year. Every year, it's Sudoku. I don't know why. I don't like Sudoku. And I remember, like, I would, you know, I would tell, like, my dad, like, on the way home, like, I don't like Sudoku. And he'd be like, okay, well, it's a gift, so you still have to, like, you still have to accept it. Like, it's the thought that count. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, he gave you the Sudoku kit because he cares about you or whatever. And I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? It's always a mix between asking for stuff they might know about and how much effort they put. You can notice when the person kind of said, I don't want to gift that, I'll gift what would yes, I don't want to gift that, I'll gift what would make me feel good. Yeah. I have a family member that always does that. Like every year. I have a family member that always just like does that. Like, oh yeah, this will make me feel good to give, so I'll give it. And it's like, okay, like like, you can always tell when it's someone like that, right? You can always tell because, like, their eyes light up when you open the gift. Like, they're not looking at your reaction. They are looking, like, at the gift, right? And they're, like trying to, like, oh, look at this. This is so cool. This is so cool. Look at this cool thing. Isn't this so cool? And it's just kind of like, huh? What? Like, this is something that you wanted, you like, why are you giving this to me? It's either that or, wow, you're so ungrateful. Yeah, exactly. If it's the usual grandpa lore, you probably did Sudoku with him once when you were like 3 and he cherished that like crazy. I don't think it was. I think it's probably because I was bad at math. And my dad probably mentioned him to some point that, like, oh, you know, like, my daughter is really struggling with, like, math in school. We're getting her a tutor or whatever. And maybe he was like, oh, okay, well, you know, Sudoku is math, so I'll just keep giving her Sudoku kits until she gets good at math. But it's like, okay, well, did you think about whether I like Sudoku or not? Probably thought it would help with brain development. Yeah, it's probably something like that. And, you know, it's probably, like, my fault, too, because it's, like, every time we'd go visit him, he'd ask me, like, oh, have you been doing your Sudoku? And I was, like, too afraid to, like, say no, so I'd always be like, oh, yeah, from time to time, yeah. So I guess maybe that kind of, like, encouraged him, in a way. It's not about you, bro, Chacho. Yeah. Giving my nephew model trains until the tism kicks in. Like my aunt, she always has this habit of getting, like, I don't want to say getting me ugly clothes, because, like, some of the stuff she has given me is very nice. Although, I think I have gotten rid of most of the clothes that she's given me. Now that I think about it. But it's like, it's always something that, like, I just wouldn't wear, right? Like, it's just something that I wouldn't wear. It's not my style. I just don't wear clothes like that. The tech is to give the gift they want and give your special interest as an extra gift so they have something they like, and you might get the other person into the hobby. Interesting. Okay. I see. Relatives giving ugly clothes as a rite of passage. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, with clothes, I don't really feel so like. I feel like clothes are relatively easy to get rid of because it's like, oh, if there's a gift receipt, I can just, take it back to the store. If, there's no receipt or whatever, I could like either just, give it to my mom, give it to someone else, or, last resort, take it to the Goodwill. Maybe try to see if I could sell it, but usually not. And, it's like, whenever I talk about this stuff, I always feel like this really, like, strong sense of, like, guilt, I guess. Because, it's like, I feel like most people are raised to go, like, oh, like, thinking about this kind of stuff in this kind of way is bad, right? It's bad, it's ungrateful, it's, like, blah, 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 or whatever. But it's frustrating because I feel like everyone experiences this in some shape or form, right? Like, I am not the only one who experiences this. But we've kind of like, no, I don't mean like telling the person directly. I just mean like discussing this concept in general, right? Discussing this concept and this feeling in general, you know? It's because to me, it's always been like one of those feelings that you're really not supposed to talk about or acknowledge because, it's bad feeling. It makes you look and seem ungrateful. You should always be. It's like one of those feelings that you're not allowed to have, right? You're not allowed to feel this way, is kind of like the way that I've sort of always like felt or been told about this kind of thing, right? It's a common problem a lot of people struggle with. But I feel like not really a lot of people are like talk about it in the way that I'm talking about it right now, you know? My grandma likes to give me knockoff brand clothes because there are a lot of stores like that near her, and she knows nothing about expensive fashion. It's always kind of funny. Yeah, like that's at least interesting, right? Maybe it's just like the environment I grew up in, but like talking about this kind of thing like this was like always kind of something that like I wasn't really allowed to do, or like I would be punished if I did, kind of talk about this feeling or this like basically what I'm talking about right now. It's basically like, every time I've kind of tried to bring this up, like within my own like, family, I've kind of always been told like, too bad. Like that's too bad. Too bad for you. You still have to deal with it. It doesn't matter how you feel. You just have to like that sucks, but that's like a you problem. You just have to deal with it. You just have to put up with it. And I hate being told that. That's one of the things that I hate being told more than anything is like, that's too bad. You just have to put up with it. Right? You just have to put up with, whatever. Like, why? 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 It's a common communication problem. It's hard to say if you don't like it, but it's kind of an ego problem of the person gifting. Yeah. It's like one of those things you're not really allowed to say it, right? You're not really allowed to like point it out, but everyone on some level knows, Everyone on some level knows and understands this. But at least, with me and like the way I have kind of been raised, it's always been kind of like a taboo topic, so to speak. If I have to put up with it, so do you, ass thinking. Yeah, exactly. Like, if, I remember like there's like a few times where like I've like told like, my parents or something like, hey, so this gift that I got from like so-and-so, I really don't like it. Like, I really, really don't like this. Like, can you tell them, like, not to give me something like this again? And they're like, no. Because that would be rude. You just have to accept it, and you just have to, and if they buy you the same thing next year, you just have to deal with it. And it's like, but why? I don't understand. Because, like, at least for me, if I got someone something and I found out, like, one way or another that they didn't like it, I would, of course I would feel a little bit, like, awkward about it. Like, I guess that one was kind of like a miss, right? I guess I kind of screwed up on that one. But I would definitely feel more inclined to perhaps put a little bit more effort into my gift choice, like the next time around, you know? I would want to be like, okay, well, clearly this one didn't really go over so well, so let's try to, maybe think a little bit more about what they like, what they want, what they need, Because, like, at least for me, when I do buy gifts for people, like, not to toot my own horn or anything, I do really try to do something meaningful or get something that I know the other person is going to use / enjoy, right? Because, like, like, if I'm getting a gift, I would like it to be something that I would actually use / enjoy. So, I want someone else to have that same feeling, right? If it's done right, it's also an opportunity to connect with the person. You can say, I don't know what to gift you. Want to hang out and figure it out? Exactly. Right? So I normally do art. It's more personalized. Yeah. My solution was to ignore that social rule and just thank people for gifts I didn't like without pretending I did like it. Well, what do you mean by this? Thank people for gifts I didn't like without pretending I did like it. Because I feel like that can be kind of like a difficult social kind of like I feel like you have to kind of be careful doing that. Otherwise it might come off as more like passive aggressive or whatever, or like kind of bitchy. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Just thank you. Okay. Oh, so as opposed to kind of like, picking it up and being like, oh, wow, look at this. Like, oh, wow, this sure is something. Just as opposed to like commenting on it, just being like, oh, thank you. Okay. I see. Okay, maybe I'll try that. See how that one works. I was listening to this really interesting podcast last night, and it was some like psychology, human behavior, sociology lady, and she was kind of talking about how we should be thinking about awkwardness in a different way, rather than thinking about awkwardness as like an individual failing. We should really see it more as like a social misfire, I guess. Like it's not anyone's fault. Well, unless it is. Sometimes it is. But like it's more of a, rather than thinking of it like as like a failure on our part to interpret a situation, perhaps think of it more in like, okay, I don't really understand like what the proper like response to this is. I don't know what the response to this is, and that's okay. Right? Like we just don't have, because a lot of times in these situations, and I never really thought about that, is that a lot of times we don't have enough information to kind of like respond or make an assessment of, what's happening. And that kind of like lack of information is what causes this sort of awkwardness. And rather than thinking of it in like, I'm so awkward, it's like a moral, personal failing, like thinking of it more as like a, like, okay, well, this is kind of like, there's like, it's kind of a result of everyone's actions rather than your own, which I found to be very like interesting. And I really liked that kind of like mindset because reframing it, I feel, is very much like it puts it's less like it doesn't make you feel as bad about yourself, right? You know, the chibi necodemic cycle. It helped that my family knows that I don't like passive aggression. If I'm being aggressive, it tends to be pretty obvious. The eventual result was my gifts pretty much exclusively being cash. Oh, it's less personal, but pretty hard to argue with aside from that. Yeah, yeah. That's good at least. It's a lesson to be learned. I'm gonna like re-listen to that podcast again because I found it to be like genuinely very insightful, you know? Rather than thinking of awkwardness as a personal failing or a personality trait, reframe it to be more of just like a social miscommunication. Because if you think about it, like awkwardness is entirely like subjective because just because you feel awkward doesn't mean that someone else might feel awkward in that situation, right? Like you're in a conversation and you say something and all of a sudden you feel awkward. Like, is that actually happening? Or is that just kind of you that's feeling that way, right? If that makes sense. Like, is this actually like a real thing? Or is this just kind of like the way you feel? Is it you just feeling this way or are other people in the group kind of feeling this way too? Right? And you know, sometimes for sure it can definitely be like everyone's feeling that way. But I feel like, you know, as she was saying, like in general, people don't really care as much as you think they do. Right? Which is something that I also need to like kind of accept to, you know, overcome my anxiety and stuff. Like not everyone cares as much as you think they do. So even if you feel like everyone is kind of like looking at you with like a sense of like disgust or discomfort, that might just be in your head. That might just all be in your head, right? Unfortunately, a lot of people on the internet take their weird, awkward behavior and make it their personality without considering exactly any self-growth. Exactly. Which is why I found like what she was saying to be really interesting because she straight up said that like it is not healthy to think of awkwardness as an inherent personality defect, right? Like it is not a personality defect. That's not like what it is, and we shouldn't think of it that way because it is like harming us in terms of our self-esteem and our ability to socialize. It is a situational like feeling, you know, it is a situational feeling. It is a, you know, result of like a miscommunication or whatever. Because, like, if you think about it, a lot of awkward conversations come from just not really knowing, like, how to respond to something or what to do in a specific instance, right? And I remember she said that, like, you know, one of the ways to just kind of, like, overcome this, like, awkward, like, feeling is to just, like, keep going. Don't, like, pause and allow that sort of like feeling to manifest. Just like keep going, keep doing what you're doing, and just like, you know, like you don't even like just change the topic or whatever. Like this has actually happened to me before. I was having a conversation with someone in which I was telling them something that I thought was really like funny, and then they were like, I don't think this is funny at all. This is actually kind of upsetting. And you know, I immediately just like pivoted and changed the topic and the mood just like, you know, instantly lightened. Like I didn't allow that kind of like feeling to linger. I was just kind of like, okay, move on to the next thing. Get off this topic. Just move on. Don't make it a big deal. And like that actually worked really well. I was surprised because I've never really done something like that before. You know, usually I just kind of like sometimes apologizing makes things worse, you know? People are usually not aware of why, how they do stuff and get mad when you reflect on their blind spots. When he came in yelling, saying he wants to cancel, and I was explaining the process, I realized he was expecting me to negotiate and try to retain him. Oh. There's a girl I knew in college who would greet people by punching them in the arm, and I was the only one to let her know that not everyone will like that. Yeah. Base never apologize. No, but like unironically, sometimes apologizing can make things more awkward, like more uncomfortable. You know, especially like you know, if someone wants an apology, that's different. But in general, like if you know, say something that someone doesn't like, or you make a little like boo-boo or a mistake, you know, rather than kind of like groveling about it, like it can make things weird. You know, it can make things weird if you just kind of like grovel about it and be like, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I didn't mean to like, you know, do this or say this. I'm really sorry. I really regret it. I'll never do it again. Like genuinely doing that can make things like even more uncomfortable, right? At least for me, because, you know, it's for the most part, like if someone does something that I don't like and that makes me uncomfortable, like I'll just move on, right? I don't need, like, you know, don't like apologize to me in like DMs or whatever. Like it's fine. If I tell you, like, if I'm actually mad, I will tell you to fuck off or whatever. But like, for me, I don't like to linger on that stuff, right? It's like, let's just move on. Let's just move on. You know what? Someone made a mistake. That's fine. Just move on. Like, you don't need to, like you don't need to remind me of it. And I feel like that's another thing is like with apologizing is that sometimes like apologizing, like sometimes like straight up, like the thing that you did, the person will have just forgotten about it. Like they will not remember it. And by apologizing to them, like at a later point, you're making them remember. And then they're going to feel like uncomfortable because they're like, oh, I remember that you did that. Like I didn't need to remember that. Like I wanted to forget that. Like, why are you bringing this up again? You know? It's why forgiveness is important, not just for them, but for yourself. Yeah. Shame is also a social tool. It's usually a signal that something might be odd. You can reflect and think that was okay. I was just a little anxious. Yeah, yeah. And it is like really hard to know in these situations because people rarely communicate what they want. You know, that's another thing that kind of leads to these so-called awkward situations is that a lot of times people have different expectations that the other person just like doesn't know about, or they don't understand, or they can't like, they like are kind of unaware of like something that, you know, is necessary, I guess. You know, whether it's because of just like cultural reasons or that's just kind of how they are. Like, I think like being more forgiving of people for like, you know, making minor social faux pas really like goes a long way, right? Because I've been in situations where I did something and the person, like I said something, right? Or I did something and the person who, you know, I said or did it to did not like that at all. They did not appreciate what I said or did, but I didn't like pick up on that at the time for whatever reason. And, you know, I thought like we're cool. And then someone like, you know, someone else comes and says, hey, so-and-so really didn't like that thing that you said or whatever. Like, you know, she really was kind of upset that you did that. Like, and I was kind of like, oh, I did not realize that. Like, I didn't know that was like a thing, right? Like, should I, like, what should I do? Like, should I apologize? Should I just like, you know, kind of like pretend it didn't happen? I think if I remember correctly, I did apologize to her. And she seemed to accept my apology. She seemed, sometimes it's hard to tell because, you know, especially with like, especially with women, sometimes they'll like pretend to accept your apology, but like holds like a grudge against you for like the thing, even though you already apologized and expressed your remorse for that, you know? And it's like in that kind of situations, it's just like, okay, well, you know, fuck me, man. Like I did something you didn't like. I apologized for it. And, you know, I expressed remorse in that I wasn't aware of, you know, this, and you're gonna stay mad at me. I don't know what to do in this situation, right? Because like I feel like not giving someone the kind of like grace in that sort of situation is really unfair, right? Really, really unfair to kind of expect someone to know that this is something that you like or don't like, and holding it over them for not knowing, and even though they apologize. Like, I think that's really unfair. And, you know, I do think that a lot of that just kind of comes from like these kind of expectations we have, where like we think that this thing is obvious to other people, right? Like, oh, like this should be obvious to other people that, you know, I, you know, don't do this, or I don't like this, or that you shouldn't do this, right? Or, you know, like something like that, right? It's like for some things, like, yeah, there are things that are obvious. Like, I guess, for example, if you're in the toilet, like in a stall, and the person next to you, in the stall next to you, starts trying to strike up a conversation with you. I feel like the majority of people on the planet would think that's pretty fucking weird. I don't know. But, you know, I think on some level you do have to give people, like, a bit of grace for not, you know, maybe understanding something. I knew someone with low self-esteem who'd keep apologizing for people for minor things. So when I said for what, she was surprised. So you shit here often? Yeah. Shitting hard or hardly shitting. You know, like, that's kind of a situation where it's like, I feel like maybe 95% of the humans on the planet would think that's kind of weird. I could be wrong, but, you know, that's just, I think that's probably most people would consider that to be a bit strange. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But especially when it's something like I genuinely did not know this. Like, I genuinely did not know this. Like, I had no awareness about this thing that you don't like or whatever. And even though I apologize, you're still kind of like holding it over me, like being mad at me that I didn't know this, that I'm not like a mind reader and I didn't know this. I think that's completely unreasonable, right? I said that to let her know she's not a terrible person. Yeah. No, that's good. So, you know, and you know, there are definitely some people who just like hold on to these things, like they kind of expect other people to be on the same wavelength as them, and anyone who isn't on the same wavelength as them is somehow like malicious or whatever, which I think is a really bad mindset to have in general. You know, like some people are just not really so good at like seeing things like social cues, or they just have like a different kind of like socialization as you or whatever. There's so many like reasons as to why someone might like see something like differently than you, right? But there's definitely some situations in which like someone cannot read the room, and at some point you do have to say, can you shut up? Can you please be quiet? Right? Like, at some point, like, you do have to, like, if you are, like, really trying to, like, put something down and someone's not picking it up, yeah, I would prefer if you'd be quiet. Sometimes you do have to do that. And if that's not enough, then I don't know what is. I don't know what is. I'll be real. If that's not enough, I don't know what is. I'm gonna clean the floor. I'm tired of going up and down. But I feel like really kind of... I told him to be quiet because he was a fucker. It's reasonable to think that at average, like half the population will probably read the room worse than you, and you could just be open and vulnerable. That's another thing that she talked about that I thought was really like profound, I guess, is everyone has this assumption that everyone is somehow like better at socializing than they are. Like that everyone else has just this innate knowledge on how to perfectly socialize with people or handle, you know, social situations, and that you're the only one who, you know, is having trouble, and that, you know, it's a you problem. Everyone else gets it. Why don't you get it? And that, like, you know, that mentality is apparently A, not true, and B, very kind of unhelpful in terms of like, you know, thinking about the way, I'm gonna move over here, the way we interact with others, right? And, you know, like as someone who does have like, you know, social anxiety, I found that to be really like a profound kind of thing. Like, oh, you mean this, like, this is actually how other people are too? Like, this is actually normal? Like, I am not a weirdo freak who, like, is bad at talking to people? Like, like, you're telling me that other people feel this way too? That's crazy. Oh, awesome. Well, bye, Jason. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for the wishes. Thank you. Like, that was, like, revolutionary to me. Because, you know, I just feel like there's always... most people, maybe, I guess, especially, you know, people with, you know, a degree of anxiety or who feel socially awkward, just feel like everyone just kind of naturally gets it, except for them. And part of the reason for that is that because we don't really talk about these things, like, so deeply, if that makes sense. Like, awkwardness as a concept is not really something that is really talked about that often. Which is something that, like, she pointed out that I'd never really thought about before. Like, awkwardness. Everyone knows what it is. Everyone feels it. But we don't really understand it from, like, what it actually is. Like, it's not something that's really well sort of, like, researched, I guess, or discussed in kind of, like, a not academic, but like, I guess, yeah, kind of in like a socio-academic context, you know? Like, this is something that like everyone feels, yet there's, you know, people, you know, there's so much to say about sadness, so much to say about anger, about like fear, right? But awkwardness is still something that like we don't know how to digest. If you're socially anxious or neurodivergent, it's also reasonable to think you're probably more metacognizant than the average person. A lot of people are just raw dogging social interactions if it goes... Yeah, exactly. Like, you might actually be more, like, better at reading situations than, like, you know, someone who is not is, right? I got flack at school for bringing it up with teachers concerning a friend. I was 17 at the time, and that friend had to transfer schools. Really? It seems like confidence is the social lubricant there. Yeah. But, like, you know, it's kind of like people in general hide their emotions, right? So, you know, like, if someone who you perceive to be, like, super normal, like, they don't have any trouble socializing, they don't have any kind of struggles, like, they just seem so normal. And, you know, like, they might actually be having, like, a lot of, like, you know, they be like, over-reflecting on, like, everything. You know, maybe even though they seem really good at, like, socializing stuff, after every interaction, they're kind of like hyper reflecting, like, okay, is this the right thing? Did I say the right thing? Did I make it uncomfortable? Like, did that person, like, or how, like, would, like, they might be like, oh, I said something wrong, when in reality, like, it was totally fine. Like, no one really noticed except for them, you know? It was then I realized both students and teachers were treating her poorly, so I ended up having to ask outside of school what to do. And unfortunately, the resources back then were next to nothing. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, especially when it's that kind of situation where someone has really poor, like, kind of self-confidence due to just, like, whether it's anxiety or bullying or just, like, you know, feeling, you know, less than others in some way. It's definitely one of those things that's, like, the only thing you can really, I guess, do is, like, try to work with the person directly to sort of overcome these things on some level, right? And I think there is a little bit of a problem, I feel like, with like bullying and kind of like how to deal with that. My buddy, who is the peak of outgoing charismatic, also has the worst case of imposter syndrome. Yeah, like, more people probably have imposter syndrome than you know. But I definitely know the type of person you're talking about, Doc. I definitely, you know, sorry, dealt with people like that as well. And, you know, part of the issue is, like, yes, they are, the world, the people around them are cruel, and they are, you know, being cruel to this person, which is wrong, right? And that is, like, causing that person a lot of, like, stress and anxiety or whatnot. But the situation isn't really going to get resolved without some form of, like, not improvement, but just, like, work on yourself, self-confidence, anxiety, like, that kind of thing, if that makes sense. You know, like, at some point you do have to, you know, find a way, like, okay, like, how do I get myself out of this situation? How do I deal with this situation, right? Because, you know, teachers can only do so much. The people around me can only do so much to protect me from those who would wish to, you know, exploit me or hurt me. At some point, you do have to try to find a way to protect yourself, you know? And that's really, like, something that the person has to kind of figure out on their own. You know, that's really something that they kind of have to tell them on their own, like, figure out for themselves. Because it's like, yeah, you know, you could tell someone, like, oh, you just need to toughen up. But, you know, telling someone what they need to do is very different than, like, you know, the person understanding, like, what is necessary for them and how to begin in, you know, the process of reflection or self-improvement, I guess. Gives him a great deal of social anxiety, but he hides it until whiskey is involved. I see. It's why I behave like a big brother figure to people, even if it wasn't my intention. I just recognize that's something someone should be natural, if it makes sense. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I have been in a similar situation before, but I've also been in a situation where I've had to give up on people. You know, even though I was trying to be the, you know, protector or the, you know, the guide in that kind of situation. There's definitely been, like, a few instances in which I had to give up on that because, you know, at some point, like, there's only so much, like, you could put up with, in a sense. Like, there's only so much that you can protect someone only so much that you can try to resolve misunderstandings and situations. Yeah, people who prey on your kindness. Yeah, before you just kind of are like, okay, you clearly have no desire to improve yourself or your situation. And I am left picking up the pieces or giving you pep talks or like, trying to keep your emotions in check. That is very, very exhausting. And I've been in that situations where I basically just had to, cut ties with that person in the hopes that that would be the wake up call that they needed to, figure, like, just accept that they need to change, right? And it does kind of suck doing that. But, at some point, like, you need to do what's best for yourself, right? Ironically, I only realized I was more socially anxious than the average because the first time I got drunk, I knew how to act normal. Yeah, yeah. No, that's kind of similar for me. Is that like, that's kind of how it is for most people. As they say, alcohol is liquid courage. You, it's like you're super anxious. You take a few drinks, and it's like, oh, hey, let's party. Yeah, I'm talking to people I don't know. You know. Mm. And God bless people who want to see the good in everyone, but you need to toughen up and be more cautious. Yeah. Yeah. The worst is when you offer to help someone and they throw it back at you and it's like, why am I here then? Yeah, that's the worst. I've definitely been in that situation before. I've definitely dealt with someone who basically would just like, all they would do is complain about their problems, and you offer them a solution, right? Or at least you offer to try to help them with what they're going through, right? Just like, okay, well, is there anything that we can do to kind of try to tackle this problem? And all they come up with is like excuses as to why they can't or won't. And, at that point, you just gotta realize, like, I am wasting my time. Like, I am wasting my time. Like, this person has no desire to change, to try to, to improve themselves, get better. And I can't do anything here, right? I can't do anything here. As you can probably tell by now, I barely sleep, which gives me a lot of time and not enough with someone who likes wasting time. Yeah. Because, as someone who's also, like, kind of been in a really, like, multiple very depressive states and situations, for me, I just always get frustrated being in the same kind of space and feeling the same way every single day. And that, like, frustration is what, like, motivated me to kind of start, like, changing things about my life and about myself, right? Like, I am sick of feeling this way. I'm sick of it. I can't stand it. It makes me mad that I wake up every day and I feel this way. I don't want to feel this way anymore. I'm sick of it. I'm done. What am I going to do to get out of this? Right? Like, I'm also the kind of person who's very, very, like, averse to, like, I really hate when other people try to tell me how to live my life. That's like something that's like, I guess, kind of a joke in my family, is that, like, ever since I was a kid and someone tell me to do something I didn't want to do, I'd always say, like, you can't tell me how to live my life. And honestly, I still say that. I really do not like anyone telling me how I should live my life, what I am supposed to do, right? I am the one who decides that for myself, right? And so for me, I've always had a strong feeling about, like, I don't like feeling trapped. I don't like feeling stuck. That is, like, the feeling I hate the most, feeling trapped and feeling stuck. Like, I need to rip the bars of my cage open and get out of there. Ironically, I learned from Luffy in One Piece that you can only help people who want/ask for help. Otherwise, you're just imposing your views on the other person. You'd be surprised how much psych work is just getting a patient to realize that they need to make a change themselves. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah. For me especially, I'm someone who's motivated by, like, anger, I guess. Like, if there is something in my life that makes me angry, I am more inclined to deal with it, right? Or something that makes me, like, miserable. I'm more inclined to figure out a way to deal with it, you know? Like, I am miserable. Like, in this situation, in this place, doing this, doing that. I need to do something else. I am going to, like, fuck it. I'm gonna do something else. I'm sick of feeling this way. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I can't. I'm mad. I'm mad. I'm getting out of here. Fuck you. I'm not letting anything stop me. Not even myself. You know, it's kind of the mindset that I've sort of developed. How do you stay so young? Anger. Yeah, exactly. Local seal too angry to die. Like, I don't know, it's just like, it does fuel me, you know, like, anger in some ways. Like, okay, like, I hate this. I'm angry. The situation, I don't like it. I'm tired of being miserable. Like, you know, I felt, like, miserable for such a long time. And I got to the point where I was like, I'm tired of being miserable. I don't want to accept being miserable. I don't have to accept being miserable. I can live my life doing the things, chasing joy, doing the things that make me genuinely happy. I'm done living my life in a way where I'm miserable, right? And I don't care if someone says that, like, me doing things that make me happy is the wrong way of living my life. I don't care. My happiness is essential to my survival. Because honestly, I feel like if I am not happy, like, what's even the point of being alive? You know, what's even the point of being alive if nothing brings you joy, if you're miserable, right? What's the freaking point, right? I will chase joy. I will chase the things that make me happy. I will do the things that I want to do that make me feel happy. Because otherwise, like, what's the point of being alive? What's the freaking point, you know? If you want this to change, you need to make a damn change. Go get it. Exactly. You know? And I guess, like, you know, I get that on some level that's kind of, like, intimidating to people. Like, I want to change, but I don't know where to start. Like, I've totally been there. Like, I get that. But I don't know. I guess for me, anger has always been a very powerful motivator. Like, okay, like, I am upset. What do I want to do? What do I want? I want this. Okay, how do I get this? How do I get to where I want to be? And just kind of, like, allowing that to motivate me. I'm always going to recommend cognitive behavioral therapy because one of its aspects is reframing negative thought patterns into productivity. Absolutely. One step at a time, as cheesy as it sounds. Yeah. And it makes me sad when I see so many, like, VTubers, I suppose, who have, like, given up on life in a sense that they've kind of given up on living a, like, real healthy life. In that they're just kind of like, okay, I'm gonna be online forever now. And, you know, obviously I get that comes from wanting comfort, right? Like, having so many negative experiences in the real world and just retracting to the online world for comfort. I completely understand that. I think that is a normal reaction to have. But I don't know, maybe it's for me, you know, economically. Yeah, of course, that's also a part of it. I I've always been a very independent person in a sense that like I don't like the idea of being dependent on someone else. Because when you are dependent on someone else, you have to live by their rules, right? And as we've established, I don't like being told how to live my life. So, for me, like I need to be independent because I cannot stand being beholden to someone else's, like restrictions and rules and whatever, right? Self-reliance is very freeing. Exactly, exactly. And, self-reliance does obviously expect a certain degree of wait, hold on. Motivation and willingness to tackle difficult situations. Like you have to face things head on. So, like to even begin to do something like that, you need to find the courage or the motivations to tackle your problems, right? Like thinking about the bigger picture, rather than focusing on like, I am afraid, I don't want to do this. Think about like, if I do this, what opportunities will this open up for me? Yeah, do what you can. Do what you can. Like, yes, I'm afraid of doing this, but am I really happy living this way, like without it, right? Am I really happy living like this, like in this kind of restricted sort of way, I guess. And it's frustrating how ultimately like these things, like you can't force someone to change. Someone has to decide for themselves that they want to change. You just look at like, people who have like addictions, right? You can throw them into rehab as many times as you want, but unless they actually want to get clean and to stop using, unless they actually want to do that, like nothing is going to happen. They're not going to change. It has to be like self-motivated, and like there's nothing you can do. Like you just kind of have to let someone figure it out for themselves, and that's so frustrating. Because you can be telling someone oh god, what's wrong with me? You can be telling someone everything that they need to hear. But if they are not willing to hear it or accept your message, then nothing is going to happen, right? If they're not willing to, hear it or accept, the truth or whatever, then they're not going to, right? It like, even if like later down the line, they look back and they're like, oh, you were telling me exactly what I needed to hear. You were telling me the right thing. If in that moment they are not ready to accept what you're saying or the message, then, nothing's going to happen. It's like when you're a kid and someone tells you something and you're like, no, nuh-uh, like that's stupid. Like I don't wanna, or like whatever. And then as an adult, you're like, oh yeah, that was actually like, that was actually like real and true. That's actually what I needed to hear, right? But if at the time it's just like you're a kid, you don't want to like. It's not something. Yeah, something about leading a horse to water and making it drink, right? All you can really do is like tell someone what they need to hear, and hope that one day they will be able to understand. And it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating because just watching someone struggle and stumble over and over and over again, and you just want to shake them and be like, you need to stop. You have to, there's a better way to do this. Like, you don't have to, like, you gotta change. You gotta do something. You just want to shake them and just, like, tell them that. But, like, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. You just have to watch them continuously step on rakes and hit themselves in the face over and over and over again until they decide, actually, I don't like getting hit in the face when I step on a rake. Maybe I should stop stepping on rakes. You know? That's all you can do. Feed a seal a fish, they'll be fed for a day. Teach a seal a fish, and they'll be fed forever. So true, so true. Yeah, especially with kids and teens. Like, you give them advice, and they're like, no, that's, nuh-uh, you're wrong, that's stupid. And then they just, like, you know, they wreck themselves, and it's like, all you can really do is just be like, yep, that happened. You know, how do you feel about it now that happens? Right? What are we gonna do about this? I do have the occasional urge to shake some of my patients, but I obviously don't do it. But man, yeah, I can only imagine. I can only imagine. You must have the patience of a saint to be able to do something like that. I cannot even imagine how, like, frustrating that must be. Or like being a doctor and you have a patient who has, like, a condition, and, like, you know, their condition is, like, getting worse, or they're having, like, a problem, and you tell them, like, hey, so this thing you're doing is, like, making it worse. And they're like, yeah, but, like, I don't want to stop doing it. And so, you know, they like come in over and over again, or, like, each time you see them, they have, like, another problem or whatever. And all you can do is just tell them, like, hey, like, the reason why this is happening is because you're doing the thing I told you not to do. And they're just still like, yeah, but, like, I don't want to stop doing it. I can only imagine how maddening that must be for, like, you know, you told me to eat less. What are you, fat phobic? Exactly. You learn patience by the third maniac Jesus you encounter. Oh, speaking of, that reminds me of that, like, I don't even know if it's, like, a study, considering, like, what it was. I guess it was a study of that guy who got a bunch of, like, dudes who believed that they were Jesus, and he, like, forced them to live together in a, like, psychiatric facility. Mara, hello, welcome in. Or whatever, just to, like, see what would happen. You just got a bunch of guys who think they're Jesus, and you're just like, yeah, let's just put them in, like, let's just put them in a room and have them talk to each other and see what happens. Was Christian one of them? This was, like, when was this? This was, like, the 40s or the 50s? It was a long time ago. But, like, it was kind of funny because what did they do? I think they, like, took turns being Jesus, or, like, they all accepted. Like, if someone said, like, oh, I'm Jesus, then the other guys would be like, yeah, okay. But in their heads, they would all be like, that guy's full of bullshit. I'm actually Jesus. So they're all, like, pretending to get along, while, like, on the inside just being like, yeah, no, that dude's fucking crazy. I'm Jesus. They all concluded the other ones were crazy. Yeah. They're all like, yeah, no, these guys are crazy. Not me though. I'm actually Jesus. Like, I'm actually Jesus. Like, those other guys, they're just LARPing. Like, I'm actually Jesus though. I'm actually Jesus. And it's like, was that worse for them in the long run? Absolutely. Was it kind of, like, funny? And also, like, really just, like, interesting to hear about? Because, like, what would happen if you put, like, a bunch of guys with the exact same delusion in a room and had them, like, talk to each other about their, like, delusions? What would happen? I guess we know now. I missed the one lady Jesus we had. Her reasoning was that it was time to change things up. It was all fun and games until one of them starts speaking Aramaic. I think like some of them like did. One of them, like, I don't remember. Did one of them speak Latin or something? I don't remember. Or maybe they were speaking like a fake language. But speaking of like crazy religious stuff, I remember reading about like, I don't remember if this was the Unification Church or if this was like a different like Christian Korean like cult or whatever. But there's this one where they believe that like the founder's wife is like the reincarnation of Jesus or something. That like Jesus is just like this old Korean lady and they all worship her because they think that she's Jesus. Was that Unification Church or was that a different one? Oh, welcome back, Noma. We're talking about who knows at this point, honestly. I'm reminded of the Jesus town in Japan where, according to lore, it was Jesus' phantom who died on the cross and he went to live in the land of the rising sun. I think I remember I saw this, like, guy talking about how, like, what was it? He was, like, a Japanese dude. And his, like, crack theory was that, like, it was something like the 13th, the missing 13th Israelite tribe or something went to Japan, and the Japanese are descendants of like the missing like Israelite tribe from the Bible or something like that. I don't remember. It was crazy shit. It was a breath of fresh air when we had a Buddha. Didn't have the heart to tell him the whole point with Buddha was to not come back. There's Jesus everywhere if you eyes to see it. Oh, yeah, and then there's Happy Science. Wait, the leader believes they're the reincarnation of Margaret Thatcher? That's fucking hilarious. That's fantastic. I mean, it's not, but, you know. Oh, yeah, the Saint Young Men. I've read that before. It's genuinely wonderful. Really, really great. I love that series. Other than the Japan part, that's basically Mormonism. Yeah, I just think it's funny that, like, Christianity got introduced to Korea, and they just went buck wild with it. They just went fucking crazy with it. Like, they're just like, you know what? We're gonna get really into this. This is really cool. We're gonna start, like, making our own, like, Jesus and stuff. Lucifer, hello, welcome. I am playing a game. Like, I don't know what it is. They just, someone told them about Jesus, and they're like, man, this is, like, really fucking cool. Like, what if Jesus was actually, like, my wife? We started talking about religion, and now Lucifer showed up. Oh my god, you're right. There's a Kamen Rider actress who is secretly Happy Science member until she did Tokyo Ghoul and they pulled her out. Oh no. Oh no. Danny, hello. Welcome in. Welcome. Something about that Nazareth boy really got them going. So true. I give you a riddle, and if you solve it, I'll give you a gift. Okay, sure. What's the riddle? What's the riddle? I will warn you, I'm very bad at riddles. I will probably not solve it. But I'm willing to take on the challenge. I am willing to take on the challenge. We have the Taiping region, a massive civil war in China. Dude believed he was the younger brother of Jesus Christ and sought to overthrow the Qing dynasty to establish a heavenly kingdom. That's great. I'm gonna say it once. Okay. I thought you didn't like surprises. How queer. Shut up. This is different. A verbal surprise is different than a physical surprise. If you think about it, every interaction is a verbal surprise. You are a bus driver. A bus driver. Bus. 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 How is that a riddle? That's not a riddle. What are you talking about? That's not a riddle. You are a verbal surprise. That's true. There are 7 people on the bus. Oh, okay, there's more. There's more. Ah, see ya, Moose. Have a good night. Have a good night. Okay. You are a bus driver. There are 7 people on the bus. Okay. Is there more? Or is that the end? Palm tree made of plastic. The next stop, 5 more sit down and 2 leave. Oh god, this is a math question. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'm writing this down. You've introduced numbers into this, and that changes everything. Okay. Okay. Bus driver. 7 people. Five more sit down and 2 leave. After that, 3 more sit down and 5 leave. Okay. After that, 10 people get in and a pregnant lady. Okay. Don't fall for Lucifer's riddles. Okay, well, like with the pregnant lady, how many do we know? Is this relevant? Like twins? How many people are on the bus? Well, that would depend entirely on if the pregnant lady is having like is pregnant with more than one child. Like if she's having one baby, okay, but like if you tell me like, aha, she's actually having triplets, then one baby. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thank you for the clarification. Okay. So there are 7 people on my bus. 7. So plus 5 minus 2. Okay. Okay, I'm breaking out the calculator for this one. This is gonna be some kind of bullshit. I just know it is. So 7 plus 5 is 12. 12 minus 2 is 10. Okay. So next stop, 3 people sit and 5 leave. So we have 10 plus 3 minus 5. Okay. How many are gingers and can be eliminated from the puzzle? 10 plus 3 is 13. 13 minus 5 is 8. Okay. 10 sit down. So 8 plus 10. And then a pregnant lady. So depending on what your definition of like... By the way, you lose your soul if you get this wrong, I think. Okay, so 8 plus 10 plus 1. If we are only counting the pregnant lady and not the fetus, that would be plus 10 is 18, plus 1 is 19. Okay. If we are considering the baby in this equation, that would be 20. So only once is it mentioned that people got on the bus, but otherwise the numbers don't work. There are 7 people on the bus. The next stop, 5 more sit down and 2 leave. After that, 3 more sit down and 5 leave. After that, 10 people get in and a pregnant lady. Don't fall for his foul tricks. Okay, sit down. Okay, so the next stop, 5 more sit down. No. I'm still working through this. Give me a few more minutes. Give me a few more minutes, if you have time. So the next stop, 5 more sit down. It doesn't say that 5 more people got on the bus. It says that 5 people sat down. I'd say 6 or 7. No, but like, it's the way it's worded that's throwing me off. So does that imply that out of the 7 people on the bus, 3 of them sat down and 5 of them got off the bus? Okay, let's I'm recalculating. Okay, so there are 7 people on the bus. How many seats are on the bus? No, that doesn't matter. Okay. So, assuming they're all standing. 3 people are sitting down. So, 1, 2, 3, and 5 people get off the bus. So, 7 minus 3. Do we count? No. You guys are overcomplicating it. 7 minus 3 is 4. So there are 4 people. Wait, no. Because the people are getting off the bus. So, okay, there's 3 people sitting down. 5 people get off the bus. So 7 minus 5. So 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. That's 2. Okay. After that, 10 people get in the bus. They get in. And a pregnant lady. So we're going to say we have 2 plus 10. And the pregnant lady. That is either 2 or 1. Do we do we count? No. No, I'm not counting the bus driver. Okay, so pregnant is 2. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Okay, plus 2 equals 14. How many people are on the bus? I'm making this easier no further. Okay. Well, Lucifer is not asking me how many people are sitting down. They're asking me how many people are on the bus. Okay, my final answer is 14. If it's not 14, then fuck me, I guess. I need to know now. 14 is my final answer. If it's not 14, I'm banning you. No, I'm just kidding. It's 20. Wait, I was right? I was right in the beginning? My original... Okay, my original guess was 20. But I assumed because of the wording that there was some kind of trick to it, that you were trying to trick me in some way. So, okay then. You did, either I tricked myself or you tricked me. You know what? You got me. I don't know what else to say. Why are my lips so freaking dry? Oh my god. Like burning. Like 0 because everyone is in the bus, but the question is how many are on it. 7 people was on the bus. 10 got on. And a pregnant lady, and you are on the bus too. I did not... Oh. Okay. You got me. You freaking got me. You freaking got me. I don't know what else to say. Only in America can a routine cleaning job with a riddle encounter with the devil. I guess so. I freaking guess so. Oh gosh. My mind tricks. You got me with your mind tricks from your evil, sick and twisted mind. You got me. You got me. How do I know if the bus has an exchanger? Might be more people there. Oh god. Oh god. Oops, that's not it. Where's the window? Oh gosh, it's almost been 5 hours. Oh my god, damn. Damn, been 5 hours. Okay. Like I said before, if you were not here earlier, this will be my last Twitch stream until I get to Japan in early December. So I'll be off of Twitch for the next like 2 weeks. I will be active on Discord. I will still be streaming on Irium when I can. I'll be active on Twitter, but I gotta lock in. I gotta lock the fuck in. So thank you guys for hanging out with me today. You will see me sooner than you think. You will see me sooner than you think. Let me get out of here. I'm also going to be having a movie night next week in the Discord. I have a poll up for people to vote whether they would like to have it on Friday the 28th or Saturday the 29th. Most people would prefer the 28th. So if you have any opinion, please put your vote in there. And let me switch over here. Stop doing math in my chat. No more math on my chat. No more math. No more math. I'm banning math from this point forward. But yeah, like I said, I'm taking the rest of the month off. I will still be active, but don't expect me to see me on Twitch until next month. So yeah, let me see who we can say hi to today. Who is online? Oh my god, Yansha's back. Yansha's back. Oh my god, Yansha's back. Okay, I'm sending you guys over to Yansha. I don't know. She's playing a game called Storebound. I don't know what this is. I'm sending you guys over there. But before I do, I just want to say I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're from. And hopefully I will see you all next time. Bye-bye. See you soon.